Holy smokes, if you felt the ground shaking beneath your feet earlier today, it wasn't an earthquake. It was the CEO of Krafton getting his cheeks clapped by a judge. What a biblical smackdown. He got good douched. He looks like a full-blown fool here, an absolute clown. Before diving into the spaghetti and the meatballs of this wacky meal that's been served up here, I'll at least give you the lore for those that don't know. Krafton is the publisher behind Subnautica. I'm confident most of you have heard of that game. It is a massive title, and the sequel, Subnautica 2, is a highly anticipated release. And last year, there was some serious turmoil, some big-time controversy. Krafton dramatically fired Unknown Worlds CEO Ted Gill. Unknown Worlds is the developer of Subnautica, as well as other senior team members. And Krafton also said that the game's launch had been delayed, something it blamed on Gill, even though its team had been working towards an early access release that would have seen them eligible for a $250 million bonus. This was part of their deal. There were certain milestones that they would need to hit, and they were working towards achieving those goals to secure the $250 million bonus. Gill and his former teammates immediately launched a lawsuit after all of that, suggesting that they were outed to avoid that bonus from being paid to them. And Krafton hit back and said the staff had resorted to litigation to demand a multi-million-dollar payout they haven't earned, and then accused the staff it fired of having stolen documents in anticipation of the subsequent legal action, muddying the waters over their exit. I covered this last year as the lawsuit was popping off, and I said then, and I still think it's true now, Krafton's argument is fucking nonsensical. You would have to be hitting whippets for this to be passing the smell test, because this is ridiculous. The claim is basically that the people who stood to potentially gain $250 million all collectively just decided to stop working on their game. They just said, fiddlesticks actually. Bunch of horseradish. I'm just going to go ahead and not do this job anymore that could net me 250 million clams. In what universe would that happen? Krafton's basically saying like, oh yeah, they stopped caring about the game. They stopped putting any effort in the game and working on it. They just all of them just said $250 million can go right up my ass. Right up my ass. So we had to let them go. We had to fire them. They weren't working. That is mind-boggling to me. That's very peculiar. So you're telling me the people that have developed Subnautica, working hard on Subnautica 2, when incentivized to the tune of $250 million, all said, oh, that's the straw that breaks camel's back. Don't want to work anymore now. No, I'm going to sit here with my arms crossed and I'm done with this now. I don't want the 250. Like, come on, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I believe their side of things here, where it seems like Krafton was trying to wiggle their way out of this massive bonus that had been written up now, that they would have to be held to, because this is now a very crucial part of the deal. And it seems like they started sweating, panicking, because that is a lot of doubloons coming out of the old piggy bank there. So it does feel like they desperately tried to find a way to weasel their way out of having to pay that $250 million. Thus opening themselves up to this lawsuit. And now, fast forward to today, and we're seeing not looking super great on the Krafton side of things here. Let's start with the silliest little nugget that's been squeaked out from this case, and I hope you've got your spitballs ready because this one's a doozy. So the Krafton CEO allegedly was trying to brainstorm with ChatGPT how to wiggle his way out of paying this big amount because he was unsatisfied with the contract Krafton signed. So Krafton created a secret task force called Project X, incredible name by the way. Very exciting. I can't wait for the huge house party Krafton CEO throws to celebrate how the lawsuit's going. Whose mandate was simple. Either make a deal with the founders on the earnout or execute a takeover of Unknown Worlds. When the founders refused to accede to Krafton's demands, Krafton pulled the trigger. Maria Park, Krafton's global head of corporate development, told Kim that it seems to be highly likely that the earnout will still be paid if the sales goal is achieved regardless of the dismissal with cause. Kim turned to artificial intelligence to help him brainstorm ways to avoid paying the earnout. ChatGPT likewise advised that it would be difficult to cancel the earnout. So even ChatGPT's not on his side, so then he probably went to fucking Grok or something like, Grok, can you put Ted Gill in a bikini and then teach me how to avoid paying him the money? The co-founders allege that Krafton refused to produce the ChatGPT conversations, later claiming they no longer exist. Also, another fun fumble here from Krafton was their last-ditch, desperate Hail Mary allegation against the former developers. where they suggested that the ousted staff had referenced racist views towards Korea and Korean people due to a note submitted by Owen Mahoney, the CEO and president of rival South Korean video game company Nexon. Now, I hadn't heard that claim before, so I looked into it, and Jiminy Christmas, what a swing and a miss. I don't know who Krafton hired for their legal counsel here, but they did not call Saul Goodman. They fucking called Paul Foodman or something, because they are really not doing a good job here, because it turns out what this is referencing is Charlie Cleveland, one of the key staff that was let go, wrote down a note that was a transcription of advice from other people. So it's literally nothing he even said, by the way, and that's exactly what he made clear. So these are not my words. These are all transcriptions from what we were advised to do. Like, these are words coming out of two other people's mouths, not mine. Again, every single word, as far as I know in this document, is something that Owen said, not what I said. I'm writing down what Owen told us, so it has nothing to do with my opinions at all. So they put this fucking note in front of me. He's like, "You're racist, aren't you? We got them, they're racist. We knew it. All right, we win, right? Slam dunk, we're done?" But shockingly, that didn't go as smooth as they would have liked it to. And ultimately, it's led to what is just unfolded here now, where I know they're really steaming about what the judge ordered. Judge declared that Gill is hereby reinstated as CEO of Unknown Worlds. The judge found that Krafton had breached the EPA by terminating the key employees without valid cause and by improperly seizing operational control of Unknown Worlds. As a result, the board decision on July 1st, at which Krafton fired the founders, took over control of Unknown Worlds, and delayed Subnautica 2, has been declared ineffective to the extent it infringes on Gill's operational control right. Krafton must immediately restore Gill's access to the Steam platform and is not allowed to impede Gill's authority over the early access launch of Subnautica 2. As for the $250 million sales bonus for the development team, the judge extended the eligibility period to September 15th and noted the co-founders have a contractual right to further extend this to March 15th, 2027. I feel like I can actually hear Krafton CEO furiously typing to ChatGPT right now about how to overrule a judge. Oh my goodness gracious heavens to Betsy. Now, I'll get this out of the way up top. This isn't the end of this entire case. There is still a little bit more that's out there. However, this was a triumphant W. The judge came in there and delivered a 619 right to the noodle of Krafton. And again, I know he went tail tucked between his legs, right back to the keyboard to ask ChatGPT how to unfuck his butt. Like, my goodness. Like, this is about as happy an ending as you can get, even though it's not fully over. Not only is Gill back as the CEO of Unknown Worlds, but Krafton can now no longer impede his operational control over Subnautica. So they can't get in his way anymore. So now, if Krafton CEO decides to, take a little peek into the offices, he's going to just be there fucking fuming, like, like they'd have to put him in a straitjacket so he didn't just go over there and start, like, trying to strangle Gil to stop him from working on the game to protect the $250 million bonus. Like, it is actually incredible. He not only gets his position back, but the $250 million bonus is once again back on the table. And based on all available information, I'm pretty confident they will hit the milestones required to activate that and earn the $250 mil, especially with the extension and stuff. So this is just a great outcome across the board here. Like, really good stuff. And Krafton, they're being such good sports about it, they released a statement too, wouldn't you believe it? Krafton puts players at the heart of every decision, and that will never change. Over the past several months, Krafton and the Unknown Worlds team have worked tirelessly to strengthen the game and prepare it for an early access release, with a continued focus on delivering the best possible experience for the Subnautica community. We look forward to pushing out the newly updated version as soon as possible for players. While we respectfully disagree with today's ruling, we are evaluating our options as we determine our path forward. Today's ruling does not resolve the former executive's claim for damages or an earnout related to Subnautica 2, with further litigation still pending. In the meantime, Krafton's immediate focus remains unchanged, delivering the best possible game to Subnautica fans. Yeah, you can really feel the love. You can really get the sense that Krafton puts players at the heart of every decision. which is why they tried to fuck the developers up here at the cost of the quality of the game, mind you, in order to try and save the $250 million that they had already agreed to as part of the negotiations. Yeah, Krafton really values the quality of the product and trying to give the community the best Subnautica can possibly offer. By firing the co-founders, that surely will help. That won't be a detriment to the game in any way, I'm sure. And they already blamed the delay on the firing of Gil specifically, from what I recall. So, I don't know, Krafton. I feel like you've shown your whole butt here. I feel like no one believes you. You seem very greedy and very salty about how the ruling went. And they do reference that there is some further litigation, but overall, this is a big W, and it's something I wanted to follow up on here. Pretty incredible stuff, really. That's really about it. So, yeah. You think you're so slick on keeping secrets from me? You thought I wouldn't find out about one of the biggest flops of 2025? You thought you could bury that information without me unearthing it in order to huff the fumes of a Concorde-level failure? You imbecile! Perhaps I'm being a bit gung-ho comparing this to a Concorde-level disaster, but this flop we're about to discuss is a really catastrophic one. And I hadn't heard a peep about this until I just happened to stumble across an article going over it today. That is how under the radar this one has managed to fly, even though presumably millions of dollars were spent on marketing it and developing it. It comes from Amazon, that is the publisher of the game. Raise your hand if you've heard of King of Meat. Anyone that put their hand up I know is a liar. I don't trust you. Go fuck yourself. You're tacky and I hate you. In classic video game industry delusion, some of the executives here at the higher level of the studios behind King of Meat were expecting this game to be pulling 100,000 concurrent players, but unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. She came through and slapped the fuck out of them. They couldn't even get a tiny whiff of 4 digits because this game peaked at 320 during a free weekend. King of Meat is typically a $30 game. It's $30 right now. And that's what I paid in order to play this. Anytime I have a chance to be part of history for like these kind of unbelievable bombs, like these absolute septic tank explosions of financial ruin, I have to spend my money to at least be there, put boots on the ground to experience it. So I did spend $30 to play King of Meat to see if it really is just fucking terrible, and that's why no one played it. I've got a whole video of it up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, go check that shit out. Now, like I said, this is a project that had presumably millions of dollars poured into it. This isn't just some like random, Steam stinker that a solo dev put together in one afternoon and only like 3 people on the planet have accidentally downloaded. This was a big production that they put a lot of oomph and elbow grease behind. The biggest being a dedicated Mr. Beast video. On Mr. Beast Gaming, he did an entire YouTuber challenge, beat this game, win $250,000. With 7 million views, he posted it 2 months ago, and it's all to promote King of Meat. He brought out a bunch of YouTubers to exclusively play King of Meat and win money, and it is an expensive production and set they put on here, all to try and get people to flock to King of Meat. They thought by getting Jimmy Beast on the horn for a dedicated video, it would put so much motion behind this project, but unfortunately, it's doing the Black Beetle challenge right now. There's no motion in sight. There's not an ounce of movement. And I can't even imagine the price tag that this must have cost them. Like, I can't even fathom what an integration would cost in a Mr. Beast video, let alone an entire dedicated video for it. Like, that has to be in the 7 figures. This is like a Super Bowl commercial to these companies, no doubt. So to put that much money into King of Meat and not see even a single crumb, not a morsel of return on that, holy shit, that is brutal. It's actually pretty interesting because now I'm really wondering, what kind of return do companies see when buying slots on Mr. Beast content? Because we have very easily accessible data when it comes to King of Meat. Like, even looking in the comment section of the 7 million view video that he posted, which is exclusively an advertisement for this game, people seemed excited about it. Like, they seemed like they were interested in it, that it's a well-received video, and not a single one of them seemed to have picked up the game themselves. It's pretty interesting. But maybe you could chalk that up to maybe it's just not their cup of tea. Maybe Mr. Beast Gaming doesn't have an audience of meat maniacs ready to go spend 30 clams on this product. Or maybe Mr. Beast audience just kind of likes to eyes glaze over and just watch all the flashing colors in the stimulation and maybe don't want to engage with whatever is being advertised there. Also entirely possible. I just find it so interesting because, like I said, I can't even imagine how much this must have cost. Now, this is an Amazon published game, so it's literally chump change to them, even if it is in the 7 figures. It doesn't matter to them. But I'll tell you who it does matter to is the actual developers behind the game. Because according to the article, Glowmade Games, the studio behind King of Meat, is looking like the workforce will be suffering layoffs here. There's been word of layoffs confirmed by multiple Glowmade employees on LinkedIn that come just a couple months after King of Meat's lackluster performance. So it's looking like there's going to be an unknown amount of employees that will no longer be working at Glowmade because of how poorly this has done. And there was apparently even discussions earlier about voluntary redundancies that would impact about a dozen people. It's all a little up in the air, but it's looking like because this game has done so poorly, they're going to be cutting a lot of team members, which I feel bad for everyone that's going to potentially lose their job from this game not performing well. And I think a lot of that falls onto leadership's shoulders. After playing the game and even just looking at like the Mr. Beast video and their ads, I could tell you this was never going to reach 100,000 concurrent players off rip. It's too corporate. This is a game that doesn't have the same feeling as the other like big party games that people actually are hooked on or immediately, bit onto the nipple of. This is a game that does feel like Suits kind of trying to play a formula and capitalize off of how big these friend party games have become, this niche. It doesn't have that same feel to it. And after playing it, I can tell you it's not a bad game or anything, but there's nothing in here that I feel like would ever have me go back to it. Like, I would never choose to play King of Meat over any of the other, like, really fun party games and friend games that I play with my buddies. This feels like a game that would have released on the old Xbox 360 arcade that you'd play maybe one time with a friend of yours and then you both just say, like, let's just do Castle Crashers or something instead. This isn't a game that I think they should have ever had that kind of expectation on with these huge fucking shoot for the stars to infinity and beyond fucking Buzz Lightyear style predictions of like 100k concurrent players. That just sets up the entire team for failure, and I feel like if they had just had it be more realistic, well, maybe then they wouldn't be looking at layoffs. They could have calibrated the budget, calibrated the marketing and everything to account for that. But, they went hog wild buying a Mr. Beast dedicated video and shit like that. And a Mr. Beast partnership. He has an entire, dungeon in the game that you can play, which, like I said, I couldn't even get enough people in a game to play, so I ended up having to solo it myself. I'll go ahead and put that footage here, I guess. But the thing is, this is one of the biggest flops of the year, and I haven't heard anyone talk about it yet. I had to yap about it. It is fucking fascinating. Mr. Beast Dungeons! What? I see Mr. Beast. Let's do it. Any Mr. Beast meters? Wait. My controller was vibrating. Does that mean somebody's about to show up? Somebody was thinking of playing? No, the estimated time's going up. What's going on? It can't be. I'm alone! Okay, I see how this is gonna go. Time to solo Mr. Beast in here. Is Jimmy gonna talk to me?
Hello, viewers. I'm your host, Curved B.
I probably couldn't afford to have Mr. Beast do any VA for it.
Only two options. Little dynamos, this lot.
Yeah. I can do this. Clean.
Smash that stuff.
Clean. Ooh, close. But I'm in the perfect rotation right now. Oh, yeah. Hit it! Oh, yeah! No!
That looked painful.
He said he'll let me see my family if I can complete Beast Dungeons and King of Meat. Oh, just when you thought he was out of tricks. I did it! I beat the Beast Dungeon on my first try.
They've done it!
No doubt the most common source of insecurity for men is penis size. There's a lot of value placed on the dimensions of your meat. And no doubt you've also heard micropenis tossed around as an insult. But few people know that it's an actual medical diagnosis. And in some cases, a debilitating condition. And last night on stream, a chat member put a little something interesting on my radar to dive into. A man claiming to have the world's smallest penis had just done an interview with The Morning, which is a news program. And I thought, okay, this will be, fascinating, but probably incorrect, because I imagine the title for world's smallest penis would belong to a professional Reddit moderator. But nonetheless, I decided to take a peek.
With the average UK penis size around 5.2 inches, our next guest measures up to just 0.38 inches. For comparison, that's about the size of garden pea.
Yeah, 38.
Still don't really get why she said that. For comparison, it's the size of a garden pea. Just sounds like she's insulting him right to his face. Ah, yes, it is very small. It's like a clitoris down there. Like, alright. I mean, you can tell by the measurement there that it's not optimal. I don't really know why he had to try and paint like a fucking picture with it, especially in the studio with the guy there. Like I said, it is a real medical condition, and I actually feel extremely bad for the guy here. I don't really want to show too many clips from that, because the more he talked about it, the more it really starts to dawn on you what living with something like that must be like. He describes not being able to use public restrooms comfortably because he can't urinate standing up. He has to be in a stall, and even then it's kind of like a tricky ordeal. He also describes, of course, the complications with romantic partners, like women in his past, that kind of thing, and how difficult it could be to navigate that with a condition like this. It is just a very sad set of circumstances, and I feel really bad for the guy. It takes a lot of courage to come up here and be the face of what he describes as the world's smallest penis. And the reason he went on there is he said he wanted to raise awareness about micro penises being an actual medical thing, and if you do catch it early enough, you can get it reversed. You can have surgical intervention that can help. But in Michael's case, he said that it's too late. And when that was brought up, it led to an entirely different can of worms that we opened on stream about a man who completely lost his penis with an infection and then had a new one grown on his arm, which was eventually, well, I won't spoil the whole story.
To see if there was anything I could do to make it bigger. But what is available doesn't really provide much.
It's so difficult
I
as
don't
well,
understand.
I think, because it's kind of the moment that you discover that, and knowledge is power, and then you can go and get some help. When did you first start to realise that you had a really small penis?
What the fuck kind of question is that? Hard-hitting journalism. Wow. Yeah, I don't understand how it could possibly be too late. Surely it'd be expensive to do a full penile reconstructive surgery, right? But there's gotta be a way. It's 2026. I have an AI goon tube that's at my disposal should I choose to waste hundreds of dollars. That'll backseat game me. Telling me to aim for the head and shit. You're telling me we can't make a 0.38 inch penis a bit bigger? I don't believe that for even just a second. I don't get it. That's so weird to me. I feel like he's just seeing the wrong specialists, right? Maybe in the UK that's not an option, but I have to imagine somewhere in the world you can put a couple extra inches on that shaft. There's a transplant an option. A penile transplant? I can't imagine you can successfully penile transplant Like I said, I just don't know how you wouldn't be able to do, like, reconstructive surgery on it. Can't they grow a penis on his arm like the other guy? The hell are you talking? Someone got pauldron penises? What are you talking about? A man whose penis fell off is growing a new one on his arm. What? I don't think I can pull this up on stream. Malcolm McDonald lost his genitalia to a severe infection and now sports a bionic penis on his left forearm. So I didn't think I'd be able to show the pictures from the article I was reading, but he did a few interviews a few years back, and I feel like I can probably show you one of those since it's on YouTube, right?
Can you show us now?
Yeah? You say hello to my little friend? It's Jimmy.
Imagine rolling up your sleeves to pull your cock out. That is wild. So, it's not like clickbait, it's not like phony baloney headlines here. This was a real medical procedure here to grow a new penis on this guy's arm to get it ready to move back to his groin. That was the goal. It wasn't to like, that wasn't its final evolution there. That wasn't the, perfect cell form of having, penis arm or anything. It was to get it there, get it healthy, and then get it ready to move to the groin. It is an unbelievable story. After a mechanic from the United Kingdom lost his penis, medical innovators fashioned him a replacement out of his existing tissue, and it now rests on his left forearm. But why put it on his forearm? Why would you... If you can grow it again, just put it downstairs. So as I read more, it became clear that they couldn't grow it back there at the time, so they chose his arm for it. But even after doing more digging on this, I don't understand why it had to be the arm in a place that's so visible. I don't know why they couldn't grow it on, like, his thigh, or, like, maybe a little more up here on the arm meat, around, like, the triceps area or something, as opposed to, like, his actual forearm here. That then just meant he couldn't wear, like, t-shirts or anything like that. It just felt like the placement was suboptimal. But again, full disclosure, surprise, surprise, I'm not a cock savant. I'm not a wiener scientist. So maybe the forearm is the only environment in which you can plant that seed to, grow dicks. But I don't know why it couldn't go elsewhere, like the thigh, somewhere less visible. The chest, on the titty, dick nipples or something. Like, pretty much anywhere but there. Because in that position, that means he has to be extremely careful when out in public, because it could just at any moment fall out, which you're going to hear did happen. He's just got a dick on his arm. It's fucking crazy. It's like the Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, but wiener. Ralph and his team partially removed this section of skin, blood vessels, and nerves from McDonald's left arm, shaped it into a replacement phallus. A urethra was then created via surgery, and 2 tubes and a pump were inserted, which would allow the new penis to achieve mechanical erections. Once the penis was finished, the shaft was detached from the arm, allowing it to grow additional skin and tissue while dangling freely. The original intention was for the new penis to be surgically reattached to his groin in 2018, 2 years after the original procedure. However, due to various scheduling issues, illness, and more recently widespread delays caused by the coronavirus pandemic, this is 2020 by the way, McDonald's new penis has been on his arm for the last 4 years, and it looks like it may be staying put for the foreseeable future. Yeah, so McDonald, who was profiled in the post back in 2020, eventually became used to having the appendage on his arm. People ask me about it when they see me in the pub, and of course people make jokes. But I get it, it's not every day you see a man with a penis on his arm. Of course, I see the funny side, I have to. I don't have any other option. In a new documentary, The Man with a Penis on His Arm... You couldn't give it a cooler title. McDonald recalls helping an elderly lady retrieve an item from the top shelf at a supermarket only to have the penis pop out from beneath his sleeve and nearly hit her on the head. It's something to tell the grandchildren, isn't it? McDonald tells the program, clearly keeping a sense of humor about the situation. Earlier this year, however, doctors finally performed a successful surgery moving McDonald's man-made penis from forearm down to pubic area. It was a 9-hour op. First thing I did was look down and I was like, oh my days, they got it this time. Nerves and blood vessels... Oh, no, this is different. Nerves and blood vessels were taken from the arm and stitched together in the pubic area to establish blood supply to the manufactured penis. Urologists worked with plastic surgeons during the process to make sure McDonald could have a functioning urethra, meaning he will now be able to pass urine normally. And the clever medics even installed 2 tubes to allow McDonald to inflate the penis with a hand pump in order to give himself an erection. Oh wow, so he's the master of his own fate now. He doesn't need to rely on nature. This could be a turning point in my life, the divorced dad gushed, thrilled at the prospect that he'll finally be able to have sex again. Turns out McDonald's artificial penis is even better than his real one. The dad designed his dream penis with the help of surgeons and added an extra 2 inches to the man-made model, making it 6 in total. They were happy to listen to what I wanted it to be like, which was amazing. Not many can say they have a designer penis. Well, it has a happy ending. I don't know where you saw that he chose not to put it down there on the groin. Yeah, I can't show you it on his arm, but I can show you the scar. And then immediately it gets right to his arm. Yep, that went to the top of the page. I was going to show you that, but it went to the top of the page. It's blurred, though. So if we can do this, why can we not help him? I don't understand. That guy's condition seems far more severe. He literally lost his cock to sepsis. This guy just has a very small one. I have to imagine it would be even more convenient, since everything's still all there, to just do something to help, right? So like I said, all the plumbing is still in order, like the wiring's still good, like he still does have like a functioning penis. It's just at a size that makes things more difficult. Whereas in McDonald's case, he completely lost that. And yet they were able to grow one, a designer penis. They built a cock out of a box of scraps. I just don't understand if that's a possibility and it has successfully been performed before. Why, in Michael's case, is he led to believe that it's too late and there's no action that can be taken outside of like a couple of smaller procedures like fat injections, which in the later part of the interview he mentions he tried, it just didn't take, and the other options add like very trivial amounts of size for a lot of risk and a lot of money. So I'm just kind of left confused is all.
Just more like...
Man, that's so fucking sad. There's got to be a way to help this guy. I don't understand how it's like unsolvable. He's younger than the guy who grew it on his arm. His problem isn't nearly as severe as the guy who grew it on his arm. Well, I make it sound like he's an X-Men mutant who did it on his own accord. The doctors grew a penis on his arm and then put it in his groin. Why is that not possible here? Just connect this guy with that team. It's entirely possible this was something that Michael was offered, but he didn't want to be, growing penises like body hair, which I think would be understandable. What I more mean is that it feels like, based on what I've learned now about like McDonald's case as well as like a couple of other like very rare cases, that maybe there are some other options that aren't just like, ineffective fat injections and things that he's already tried. Like, overall, I just feel so fucking bad for Michael, and I'm just hoping that there's something more that can be done should he choose to want to pursue that. He also mentions in the interview that he's doing all of this with gusto here to try and help others out there that might have something similar going on but don't realize how serious it is, so that way they can act now and hopefully avoid, like, problems down the line. And I think that's great from Michael. Yeah, they got a lot of wild ones. This is the same station that had that woman come on about like how she left her husband because she was fucking a ghost. Right? I'm pretty sure it's the same station. So yeah, this program does have a lot of interesting stuff come across. Yeah, Archive sent this to me. So apparently a big thing on Bilibili has been taking YouTube videos and AI generating a Chinese translation for Bilibili. So they've been doing that for me recently. 了一个挺酷的 alpha 男性，我想和你们分享一些他的智慧。万一你们谁恰好是 Now, believe it or not, I did not learn how to speak Chinese. This is not actually me saying those things. That's AI. And Based on the one comment I can read without having an account, this guy liked it. So man, I'll start learning Chinese. There's a whole new market out there. This was the alpha video, so even the alpha's dubbed in Chinese.
真正男人的傻瓜呢？
软弱的男人每隔15到20分钟就往厕所跑，他们会有点紧张，他们得去拉屎，他们得去撒尿。当你走进公共厕所，看到一个男的正在拉屎。
But is it accurate? I have no fucking clue if it's accurate or not. I have no idea. Not just a robot voice either, it sounds like you. Yeah, the AI dubs are getting really good. They're getting very good. You're going to sue them. Are you kidding me, man? Do you know nothing about copyright law in China? I would get nowhere. What the fuck? Even if I wanted to. Fight AI with AI. Use ChatGPT to translate to Chinese yourself. What I didn't check is if this whole channel is just my videos in Chinese. Let me see. No, it's a wide array of content, it seems. Is that Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, these channels are called movers. Is that right? That's the terminology.
就没再用过拉臭臭这种词了。我是拉屎，我就是这么干的。也许这家伙一直在那里用屁股放些没响声的小屁，所以他才管那叫拉臭臭。但一个真正的男人可不是那样的。而且，到底谁他妈会每隔15分钟就去一趟
？Hey man, he's kind of spitting. Chinese Charlie kind of going in right now. Find Chinese Markiplier. I don't even know how I would. I only found this because Archive linked it. I don't even know how I'd search for Markiplier on here, but I bet they have Markiplier dubbed in Chinese. Let's see Markiplier talking about Iron Lung, maybe? Let's try that. No, this is his Iron Lung video in general. Oh no, here's an Iron Lung trailer. They just haven't got his more recent Iron Lung content.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and I'm very tired. I'm gonna go into the ocean.
What the fuck, he doesn't get a cool Chinese AI voice dub? They not respect him out there? What the hell?
See that question in your eyes? Alone in the...
Yeah, they don't they don't have any AI clones of him? Yeah, let's just try Markiplier in general. Maybe it's more of a newer thing. Here, let's try this one. This one's brand new. Oh, this is his stream.
Hi.
What the fuck?
Welcome back to the stream.
I don't even know what he's saying. It's not in Chinese. There we go. That's the kitten caboodle. Here's the Oreo sweatshirt.
Can you believe there's actually a chance?
Ew. English.
毫无疑问，男人最普遍的自卑来源就是阴茎的大小。人们非常看重你那活的尺寸。毫无疑问，你也听过有人把小阴茎当作脏话来骂人，但很少有人知道，这其实是一种医学诊断，在某些情况下还是一种令人衰弱的疾病。
That's kind of what I was thinking overall there. That's a pretty fucking solid point, honestly. Can't believe you learned Mandarin. I know, it wasn't easy. God bless the Rosetta Stone. They tried to scramble my shit at the Tower of Babylon. Wasn't good enough. This one seems to have done well. Oh, this is about the world's smallest penis. This one did well. That's just pictures of stone wiener.
当我说起好莱坞时
Much better.
你最近首先想到的是什么？可能不再是电影了。我有一种直觉，你可能立刻联想到的是邪恶，或者是那些牵扯进许多烂事的非常非常糟糕的人。因为好莱坞现在看起来就像个大粪坑，里面全是些真正的混蛋，你知道的，他们干过一些非常恶心的破事儿。
Imagine you become a national sensation because of the AI dubs. I don't believe that. I think what's more likely is eventually one of these channels AI dubs my shit into being like heinous, truly heinous, to the point where all of China I am viewed as like the ultimate villain, like fucking Lelouch and Code Geass. I think that's far more likely to happen. How do you know that this isn't it? I guess I don't. I can only go by that one comment with the guy smiling, and then the other one where a guy dropped the stone penis picture. To me, that seems positive. This channel actually has 14,000 videos they're uploading like every 10 minutes. Oh, this is the same one I was just on. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, wait, you're right. They actually uploaded 2 more videos since the last time I checked it a couple minutes ago. Oh my god.
你能相信这周末坦帕竟然有可能下雪吗？外面非常冷，这就是为什么我穿着这件奥利奥毛衣。这是我父母送给我的圣诞礼物。我刚看了铁肺，这是来自 Markiplier 的一个心血之作。
It's so true, man. That's what I always say about Mark, to be honest. Who else do they auto-dub into Chinese? Oh, hey, they got the AI one. They stay on top of shit.
哦嚯，他来敲我们的门啦！好莱坞那些来讨糖吃的捣蛋鬼们，带着他们的 AI 作品登场了。现在达伦·阿伦诺夫斯基这位世界知名导演，我敢肯定你至少熟悉他的一些作品。
I wouldn't have gone that far. I think we could have done without the slurs, but whatever. I don't remember saying all that. Man, this channel actually does upload infinite videos, huh? Try XQC, he must sound wild. Oh, do they have XQC on here, you think? You think this channel does XQC?
Hello, the consciousness...
Nope. English, cringe. Maybe this one?
You have all the...
Come on, show some respect. Give this man an AI-generated Mandarin dub. This is sad. If I was XQC, I'd be pissed. Oh, this looks like it'll be dubbed.
There it is.
Nope. What the fuck? Is it just me they AI dub?
We already got some dough ready.
God. Jiminy Christmas! Where are my fellow Mandarin-speaking brothers in here? Let me go to this channel and let me see. Because this one seems to be the main one that's doing the AI dub. He's already uploaded 2 new videos in the last 4 minutes. Is this sort by newest here? Okay. Let me see who I see. Is that Phil Spencer?
游戏行业正处于重大变革之中，主机生命周期 RAM 短向未来的更新软件惊人特性，你一定会想看到最后的。稍后我们将讨论那个避而不谈的主要问题，也就是
Colt Eastwood. I'm not super familiar. I think if it's not this channel, it's not going to be AI dubbed. That's my guess. Based on our very limited amount of searching here. What's crazy is I think all of these are still uploaded within that last 2 days, yeah. February 3rd, that's crazy. Epstein files, baby.
从这里开始，情况只会变得越来越糟。我们要继续深入研究目前这300万份文件。我们主要讨论了亿万富翁们如何谎称与爱泼斯坦的关系，或者如何在草案中遭到敲诈，最终导致婚姻破裂。我们谈到了 Howard Lutnick， 他是如何谎称没见过爱泼斯坦的，尽管他现在依然否认这一点。我们也谈到了一些针对特朗普和比尔·克林顿的可怕指控，尽管我们明确表示这些内容尚未经证实。现在有些人对这些文件的公开做出了回应，比如埃隆·马斯克，他说没有人比他更努力地争取全面公开爱泼斯坦文件。
Hey, it's doing well over here on Bilibili. He's keeping China up to date on the Epstein files as well. Ugh, I need to have an account to scroll more. Let him know worldwide. Yeah, no, he's Chinese CoffeeZilla. He's cooking actually. He's cooking. Oh, the AI old people one's here too. They're gonna be dubbed in Chinese, right?
31岁的男人依然用老派的方式朝着云朵挥舞拳头。这儿有一个暖心的故事，跟我一起感叹一下 YouTube 内容目前被 AI 支配的现状吧。
完全都是错误的。
去他妈的爷爷吧！你可
Okay, calm down. Jesus Christ. Charlie in Chinese is a little too aggressive. No Chinese Drew Gooden makes me sad. I think it's just a matter of time. This experiment seems to be going very well for this channel, so I think it's It's something you're going to see for every YouTuber and streamer pretty soon here. It looks like I was just part of its initial wave. They are literally uploading every couple of minutes. Make a video addressing your new Chinese fans on Bilibili. That's a great idea. Ni hao. Go crazy. iShowSpeed actually has his own Bilibili account that's very popular. Oh, I bet. iShowSpeed makes a lot of sense, though. He literally does unlimited international content. Like, that makes sense. I totally get that. You know, YouTube videos have the auto-translation dubs now, right? I've seen it a couple of times. I don't know if it's a feature that's fully rolled out or not, but I have seen it a couple of times. Oh, can you imagine, though? If for some reason Chinese Charlie takes off over there and there's just the cheeky plugs in there, a bunch of people in China ordering cheeky. Granted, that'd be like like $40 on shipping since we make it in America, but god damn it, would they get some great soap. Make a cheeky collab with Tubi Hero X and Link Click. I actually love both of those, so I'd be super open to that. Both of those shows slap. Just wanted to give a little eulogy to Highguard. I'm sure many of you have heard the news of its passing. They are shutting it down, so it truly is a certified goodbye guard situation here. The writing was on the wall. The last update we got with Highguard wasn't exactly joyous. It was about the layoffs that they were experiencing, where they let go of the majority of the development team, so it felt like it was just a matter of when as opposed to if they pulled it off life support. It had been hemorrhaging players and they didn't have the confidence to see it through, to see if they could find a community that would fall in love with it through like updates and tinkering around, which I'll reiterate, I find to just be so vomit-inducing as a norm in this industry, where they'll put millions of dollars into these projects, and if they don't instantly become the next fucking Fortnite or something, they just call it curtains and like, oh, doom and gloom, we're dead. Is what it is. On to the next one. Like, they don't even really, like, try. They farted out, like, a whole roadmap for this game off rip to show that they're, like, really committed to building it with the community, only to just instantly bury it 45 days later. It only lasted, like, a Concord and a half. It's so odd, these executives, man. Like, I don't know what they expect. Anyone could have looked at the trailer for this game at the end of the Game Awards, which absolutely blew its ass wide open. That was a really unfortunate position for it to be in because of the expectations for a game like this. It already put a sour taste in people's mouths. But anyone could look at this game and tell you, yeah, it's not exactly going to stand toe-to-toe with the big dogs. This is something that would need to carve out a niche over time in order to find an audience. Like, it just surprises me that they all have become so deluded that they think it's going to happen immediately for them. It's not. So this game made it like 45 days, and I'm sure learning of its shutdown isn't the most surprising thing you've ever heard, because it's probably the most surprising thing you've ever heard. We'll look at their statement, though. Highguard's final update arriving soon. Thank you for playing with us. Today we're sharing difficult news. We have made the decision to permanently shut down Highguard on March 12th. Since launch, more than 2 million players stepped into Highguard's world. You shared feedback, created content, and many believed in what we were building. For that, we are deeply grateful. Despite the passion and hard work of our team, we have not been able to build a sustainable player base to support the game long term, which runs contradictory to what was stated initially once the players started to drop off after day one about, like, we don't need massive players. You know, player count isn't everything. We can continue to sustain this for the whole fucking roadmap. Like, now it's a very different song and dance here. Servers will remain online until March 12th. We hope you'll jump in with us one more time to show your support and get those final great matches in while we still can. The team is excited to release one final game update to enjoy in the remaining life of the game. We'll be adding a new warden, a new weapon, account level progression, and skill trees. Full patch notes are coming, and we're targeting tonight or tomorrow morning for patch release. From all of us at Wildlight, thank you for playing, for supporting us, and being part of Highguard's story. They're sailing off into the sunset with one last content drop here for Highguard. And I gotta tell you again, sports fans, I just don't know what kind of stupid juice executives are fucking squirting down their gullet there, the video games industry, to make them think that games like this are going to immediately pop off. Be real. A game in this genre that is so fucking saturated is going to need some time to bake. It's going to need a lot of tender love and care, a lot of alterations, a lot of listening to the community in order to build something that will hopefully get more players in the door. It was never going to be like a smashing global phenomenon or anything like that. That is very rare. I just don't get how they wouldn't have accounted for that and allocated budget of like, here's what we're going to go for this length of time. And if we don't grow to this level over the course of like 6 months or something, then we call it quits. They give it just over a month. Like it never stood a chance. Even setting aside the blunder of the Game Awards for High Guard, even if that didn't happen, it probably would still be getting shut down right now, or maybe it would have even happened earlier, because at least the Game Awards put a lot of peepers on it, and even though it was like, you know, people just looking to clown on it, it did get a lot of people in the door initially to try it, to the tune of almost like 100,000 concurrent on day one. So maybe if that didn't happen, it wouldn't have even come close to that, and they would have shut the doors after 3 fucking days or something. Like, oh, it's over. Okay, everyone go home. Pack your bags. You're fucking fired. It didn't work. Like, maybe that's how it would have happened if the Game Awards, you know, blunder didn't go down the way it did. Who's really to say? But all I can tell you is that I find it really just gross that these companies only give a game like a month and some change to be like the biggest game in the world, as opposed to like working at it for a long time. Like let's take for example Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know how many old heads out here remember launch Rainbow Six Siege. That shit was almost non-functional. Siege was in a bad spot for a really, really, really long time. For like a whole month or two after its release, it was the high guard of shooters. People would go into Siege just to make fun of the motherfucker. So like, that game had, by all definitions, a like rocky launch. Now, of course, it did have more players. I get that. It is like a huge budget title. But even still, by all definitions, it was a game that was floundering. But over the course of so much iterating, so much changing, and spending a lot of time, it was able to carve out a niche and grow into a successful game. Now, High Guard, of course, came out, and when people tried it, they weren't blown away. It was mid. That is just how it is. It wasn't spectacular. It wasn't the shittiest thing in the world. It was just mid. It was kind of a been there, done that kind of thing, but with a different coat of paint, like a different spin on it, kind of, where now it's like pseudo base rating, but it still just felt like the same dish we had been served numerous times before. But that's not to say it would always exist in that state. Maybe over time they could have fleshed something out and made something unique out of it that would have attracted a community to it. You never know. And now we will never know, because the game's already getting shut down in just over a month. Like, it's just so fucking weird to see how content these companies are in the industry to just dump millions out the wazoo on these games, and then they only let them live for like just over a month, or sometimes even less. What a huge fucking waste of time and money in that case, if you're not even going to try to see where things go down the line. I get it's still expensive to keep running the games, which is why I think these companies need to be a lot more realistic with their expectations on things, like a fucking pseudo-hero shooter experience. Like, come on, wake up. This is ridiculous. Now again, it's not exactly surprising, because there's, at the moment, 350 players playing High Guard. That's not a substantial player base to justify, like, still spending oodles of clams developing it. I get that, which is why this is not shocking in the slightest. I just feel like it's something they should have been preparing for, and maybe, heaven forbid, not investing millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars into these games, expecting them to instantly blow up and instantly make all your money back within the first fucking 48 hours of it being live. But who knows, maybe I'm just on the crack pipe with that take. It just feels stupid. It feels like this was the most predictable thing that you could have seen unfold from any level. Like, anyone who has any level of experience in gaming could have told you High Guard was going to struggle finding like a solid player base, like a sizable player base. It would take a long time and a lot of work and a lot of effort to carve out a niche. And they weren't willing to commit to it, so now they've shut it down. Anyway, just wanted to let you all know that High Guard's going offline pretty soon. The guards are going to be sailing off high into Valhalla, it seems. That's really about it. So yeah. I know I've recently made a lot of videos spitting on all the awful stuff that's arising because of AI, such as the prices, as well as the slop. It's just not a whole lot of good news in the realm of AI, and I've been pretty aggressive about it, and, well, I didn't stop to think about the shareholders whose feelings I was hurting. And thankfully, Satya, CEO of Microsoft, really tugged on my heartstrings with his recent statement about how we need to stop calling AI slop. You know, it's going to be an integral part of our games. We got to learn to be buddy-buddy with it now as it starts to replace every human being out there. It's time that we open our hearts and open our minds to the joy that AI can bring our beloved products as they continue to get more expensive and just significantly worse. So, with that in mind, Satya, thank you for opening my third eye. I think I owe these billionaires an apology for being so mean about all of these huge AI pushes that they're making here. I didn't stop to think about what effect that might have on their wallet as people start to, hate what's happening and the direction things are going with this kind of shit. I didn't really stop to think that, wow, they're suffering too. They're losing money. And they're only billionaires. They don't have a ton of money to spare in the first place. So I'll go ahead and let you see from Satya here. Hopefully he can also help you understand that maybe kindness is the best path forward for, our relationship with AI. We need to welcome it with open arms as all of us are replaced and fucked in the face by it. See the Microsoft CEO begging people to stop calling AI slop? I did. I didn't read his explanation for why, but I saw that Satya wants you to stop saying AI is slop here. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella really wants you to stop calling AI slop in 2026. We're beginning to distinguish between spectacle and substance. Yes. Yes. Please stop calling it slop. Would please stop being so mean to our AI? We're trying to save money and deliver worse products. Can you stop making the shareholders feel bad? When you say things like that, it makes our shareholders nervous, which costs us money. Come on, guys. Is this it? Yeah. As I reflect on the past year and look towards the one ahead, there's no question 2026 will be a pivotal year for AI. Yes, another one. But this moment feels different in a few notable ways. We have moved past the initial phase of discovery and are entering a phase of widespread diffusion. We are beginning to distinguish between spectacle and substance. We now have a clearer sense of where the tech is headed, but also the harder and more important question of how to shape its impact on the world. Yes, inspirational! 2026 is the year we all fall in love with AI, as we can't afford any of our products anymore because of AI. Excellent, yes. Yes. Nobody wanted to own anything anyway, Satya. Yes, of course, yes. In closing, Nadella seems to admit that AI doesn't truly have societal permission right now, referencing widespread backlash and mockery that continues to dog the technology. We need to get beyond the arguments of slop versus sophistication, Nadella laments, emphasizing hopes that society will become more accepting of AI, or what Nadella describes as cognitive amplifier tools, and develop a new equilibrium in terms of our theory of the mind. That accounts for humans being equipped with these new cognitive amplifier tools as we relate to each other. Yes, nothing says relating to each other quite like getting your entire social life through AI. We truly are getting closer to one another. Cognitive amplifier tools is fire. That is very cool. That reminds me of EA calling loot boxes surprise mechanics. What do they call them? Surprise goodies. God, what the hell was it? I want to remember exactly what it was. Oh, it was surprise mechanics. Have you heard about people debating using Grok on manipulating images? They say if you post something online, you're giving consent to do something with it. Is that what people are saying to justify taking every photo ever posted and putting them in bikinis or naked? Including to minors? That's how they're justifying that? Well, if you didn't want us to do that, you shouldn't have posted the photo on your private Facebook account. They were asking for it-ass response. Yeah, pretty much. Have you seen the body cam where a casino's AI facial recognition software gets an innocent man arrested? I haven't seen that body cam yet. That's on my to-watch list.
So, very, very peculiar. Peppermill has this pretty sophisticated artificial intelligence software that analyzes faces of previous trespassers. And they get a 100% match on this guy who, whenever they trespassed them before, presented an ID that had a different name. They look like the same exact guy.
I'm not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike.
So either he is who he says he is and he's not have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool, and the fact that he's acting super suspicious. I'll be 100% honest. Could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
I like that. Well, I mean, the software's pretty cool. I mean, it's 100% accurate, like 100% of the time. Like, there's no reason we shouldn't trust it. Like, this guy's clearly fucking lying. My AI facial recognition software said so. Welcome to the future. Couldn't you solve this super quickly by just looking at his ID? What are you, some kind of, like, investigator or something? What are you, like, a detective? Okay, Brainiac. What, so you don't trust AI like that or something? This is happening a lot lately. Saw some dude got detained because AI thought his Doritos bag was a gun. Student handcuffed after Doritos bag mistaken for a gun by school's AI security system. What? Oh my god. What a headline.
Your hands on your head. Keep walking towards me.
With guns drawn, Baltimore County Police surrounded a group of students at Kenwood High School Monday night after the OmniAlert AI gun detection system warned school leaders that the student had a gun. Body camera footage shows police detaining all of those students and then searching one of them.
Do you have a gun on you?
No. What?
Do you have anything blue that looks like a gun?
No.
But the student never had a gun. Instead, what OmniAlert detected was a bag of chips.
Ah, junk food! It's even worse than a gun!
Like that. Yeah.
It's the silent killer.
Confirming there was no weapon, the Department of School Safety and Security reviewed and canceled the initial alert.
So basically the cameras around the system, they pick up on things that look like guns. I guess just the way you guys were eating chips, Doritos or whatever, they picked it up as a gun. That's all.
A totally normal thing, by the way. It's easy to get fucking Doritos confused, like eating chips, with a gun. Everyone would make that mistake, not just AI.
How did it come to be that we had police officers with guns drawn approaching a kid because of a bag of Doritos?
As police conclude their investigation, one of the responding officers is heard pointing out the system's faults.
AI is not the best.
What did you just say? Arrest this officer! On camera, 4K. He's doubting AI. Throw that man in fucking slammer, please. Grok, put this officer in a bikini, please.
And lands an innocent man behind bars.
What good is the ID then? Why do I even carry that mother?
Exactly, it's obsolete. AI will tell you who you are from now on. Get used to it. Jesus. IDs. Get a load of this dinosaur. IDs. AI will tell you who you are. Grow up.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? How you doing?
Oh, thank God you're here.
The man declaring his relief at the sight of the officer is 40-year-old Jason Killinger.
This guy's like, oh, thank heavens. We can finally put this stressful ordeal behind us now that an officer is here. Surely, this will help me.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, you guys have this fancy software that does all this stuff, so it's like...
Can't be wrong.
1 second, man.
A few months earlier, a man named Michael had been trespassed from the casino for sleeping on the premises.
All right, man. So this is who you are?
They do look similar.
Miss Jagger is your first name or last name?
Last name.
All right, Mr. Jagger. Yes, that is who I am. I drive the semis for UPS. I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike. I'm a craps player here. Look, there's my socks for UPS.
So that's the ID that he presented. I'll be.
Look at the nose.
Huh. Weird.
Shit.
Very weird. Right, let me snap a picture of that. I'll run both names.
The casino's AI facial recognition software positively identified Jason as Michael, the man they had trespassed.
We got him.
Step out this way, I get better reception.
We fucking got him.
The only thing that was weird.
The nose. It doesn't lie.
Lift him up and see.
That's Mike right there.
Yeah. It's honest.
This is crazy, man. That's fucking awful. Okay, buddy, calm down. You'll be appointed an AI lawyer. True. Did they actually arrest him? It seems like it. He went to fucking jail. What a shit show, man. Can he at least, like, sue for it? Oh, wow. Even though the charge was eventually dismissed, he now has a criminal record. All because AI flagged him as being a different guy. Oh, wow. Hairline jack. Mostly unchanged. Not too shabby. You know what is shabby, though? I saw a dubious little advertisement. Now hold your horses there, partner. It's not AI. I know you are already getting that idea in your noodle, so let me put that to bed right now. This is not one of those dog shit, ridiculous AI commercials that are becoming extremely popular. In fact, this is just some good old-fashioned, natural false advertisement. Almost brings a tear to your eye. Scummy company still deceives customers the old-fashioned way. It is a misleading ad run by a company that I think a lot of you watching this have probably heard of, Restream.io. They right now are apparently running an ad that has me in it. And Matt sent me this, wondering if I had, like, given them permission or if they, like, paid me for it or something like that, if this was some kind of, like, agreed-upon thing for me to appear in a Restream ad. And get a load of this. No. I had no idea. And in fact, I don't like Restream.io. I've talked about multi-streaming a lot. I think anyone who has any iota of interest in streaming or any current streamer should absolutely be multi-streaming. But I've never recommended Restream.io to anyone. I tinkered around with it when I was first dipping my tootsies into multi-streaming, and I didn't like it. It was always preached about as like the gold standard, so I even bought an extremely expensive subscription to it. The lowest subscription offer is $16 a month. Now, there is a free option as well, but since everyone was hyping it up and all these incredible features, I did do the subscription, and I just really didn't like it. So instead, I used a free plugin called Sorayuki, and that's always the one I recommend to people for multi-streaming, not Restream.io. Yet, here I am in a Restream.io ad, and even though I don't mention Restream by name, anyone watching this ad is going to have the takeaway that I am endorsing that product, because otherwise why would I be appearing in a pitch for it? It's a very interesting scenario. Every single person should be multi-streaming.
Should you multi-stream? Of course. Should you take my word for it? No, listen to the experts.
All my streams have been multicasted. I've been having a blast with them.
I stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time.
Now, if somebody was to come at me and ask, should they consider streaming on YouTube, I would say yes. Whether you want to do it as a daily stream or you want to multi-stream it across platforms.
This reminds me of when that fraudulent One Piece game on Facebook was using me as like a spokesperson for it, and it was cleverly trimming around videos to make it seem like I was excited for the One Piece game, even though I never even mentioned the game or anything. That's kind of the same vibe I get from this, where I'm not saying restream or anything, but I'm talking about multi-streaming and this and that, and since it's in a restream video, the obvious perception is that I am advocating for Restream.io that you should be downloading and subscribing to in order to multi-stream. When the reality is, the truth couldn't be further from that baloney. I just plain old didn't like Restream.io. I didn't like the green eggs and ham, I'm sorry to say. I preferred a simple plugin. Sorayuki was free. It's been real efficient. I've had no issues with it. It's been smooth sailing, whereas Restream.io, I had plenty of problems. So I just am not a big fan of the product. But if you're someone who's been fed this ad over the last 8 months, you would probably think I'm a goddamn Restream.io partner, like a huge enthusiast, like I'm sucking my own dick and pumping my fist going, Restream.io, you gotta get it now, that kind of thing. This ad has 460-something thousand views as of me making this video, and apparently it's been run elsewhere too. That's pretty lame, Restream. But I will give you a small thanks for reminding me of something very important. I never canceled my Restream subscription. So I went into my email in order to do the deed, and it turns out I've been paying for this longer than I thought. 2 years, it's been auto-renewing. At $190, 190 clams a year I am forking over to Restream every October like a terrible Halloween trick-or-treat surprise. Oh my god, I was actually pissed. I was actually disgusted. I didn't remember it being that expensive. I didn't remember the yearly was almost $200. Oh my god, what a waste of money. But you're welcome, Restream, for the easy fucking $600 basically that you squeezed out of me. I did a double take and then immediately went to their website to check their pricing to ensure I didn't somehow subscribe to the premium fuck me in the butt package, and luckily that wasn't the case. But then I saw this eye-opening business plan of $200 a month or $23.90 per year for their business tier. That is hefty. Feels more like you're the one getting the business if you signed up for that one. They are giving you the business into that cock in your wallet, my lord. Like I said, I didn't remember it being this expensive, so I do appreciate the ad reminding me that I needed to at least cancel the subscription, because otherwise I would just be losing $200 every year to something that I completely forgot about. But yeah, about the ad, is it the biggest deal in the world? No, but it is a little bit shady. Typically, when someone wants to use something for promotional material for their product, they usually will ask you permission to use it to promote their brand. So like Warframe. I think all of you know now, I am a big Warframe fan. It is, I believe, one of the best free-to-play games out there, and I've said that a lot on stream. And maybe at some point you've seen a Warframe ad that has me in there with a segment glazing Warframe. And it's just a stream clip of me talking about Warframe. That wasn't like a paid partnership or anything. They saw that clip and wanted to use it, but instead of just ripping it and then putting it in their commercial, they reached out and asked if they could do so, which of course I gave them permission. That's typically the standard protocol when it comes to taking someone else's shit in order to use it in your commercial material. You either at least ask permission or even oftentimes offer to pay for usage rights in whatever marketing material they want to use when you're going to be feeding actual consumers a real commercial. It's just very odd that they wouldn't even at least ask if they could use clips. For example, if for Cheeky Soap we decided to run an ad where we just started taking other people's clips oh man, if only there was a soap I could use that leaves me feeling moisturized after a shower, and we just start taking all of that shit in order to promote our product without paying them for it or asking if we have their permission to utilize those material, that would be pretty scummy. It's a bad business practice. I don't know if it's full-blown illegal or anything like that. I don't think Restream founders are going to be in handcuffs or anything for it. It's just pretty scummy is all. I don't know if they asked Tim the Tatman or Swag permission to use their clips or anything like that. Couldn't tell you. Maybe they both use Restream.io and are really, enthusiastic about it, so they don't care. And that's totally fine. And like I said, at the end of the day, it really isn't that big of a deal. But this standard does exist for a reason. In this case, it was used for a service a lot of people do like. But if this was the norm, then companies could just willy-nilly be grabbing all kinds of people's content and using it to promote some complete, utter trash. you know, maybe Bored Apes wants to have some kind of big revival. They just start taking Tim the Tatman clips to make it seem like he's endorsing them and trying to rally his community to buy some fucking Bored Apes or something. It's just misleading, and it's not very good. So I was surprised to see this from Restream, is all. But I mean, heavens to Betsy, could you have at least taken my shit and then promoted something I actually like with it, like a product I actually enjoy? I don't like Restream.io. I don't want to be appearing in a Restream.io commercial. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. This is now the 4th video I've made on this topic. I follow Trump Mobile like a dog chasing the mailman. I just get excited and can't wait to get my T1 mobile device. I put 100 clams on it, and for some reason, gee willikers, it's just still not here. It was supposed to come out in August of 2025, and I've just been trying to find out what's going on. Why don't I have it yet? And I feel like I pay more attention to Trump Mobile than Trump himself. He probably forgot that this fucking company even exists at this point. It's just been radio silence and crickets for the longest time. And I do keep ringing up support just to see if there's any updates or anything there. And I did do that again this morning. I'll show you that phone call in just a moment. It was a very interesting one. Put a big smile on my face. But before doing that, I want to give you like the foundation for everything that's been going on recently with it. And just to bring you up to speed on the lore, if you missed the previous episodes of Dragon Ball Z, in January I called and they told me that it's any day now. In March I called and they assured me that they're shipping at the end of the month. At the beginning of April I called and they assured me they're shipping at the end of this month, actually. And I was going to wait to call them again in May, but I saw some news developing about the Trump phone, and it got me a little concerned. I had heard some whispers that they may have like quietly canned the project, which I just didn't believe, because if they are taking $100 deposits, even still to this day, and then just decide not to do it, that would be a huge issue, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just surprised it's taking them this long. I assumed that they'd just be drop shipping some Alibaba garbage, but they haven't even done that much. But there has been some fresh little nuggets that have been dropped that they've changed the look of the Trump phone, even the cost, and of course it isn't made in America. That was one of their biggest claims they were touting in the beginning when they were selling this to the country, that it's a made-in-America smartphone at a $500 price point, which is literally more impossible than the fucking unicorn and Loch Ness Monster. So that was never going to happen, but a lot of people put money down because of that promise. They did, a few months later, change it to being a proudly American design when it became painfully clear that it would be impossible to domestically manufacture this kind of phone. And since then, there's been no updates until this week, where the website did get spruced up a bit, and The Verge actually did get to see a product that might be the Trump phone that they start sending out to people that have put money down. Now, the report comes from The Verge, but I can't actually read it on their site because it is paywalled, and I outright refuse to pay to read articles from these fucking sites that already ham-fist thousands of auto-playing ads out the wazoo, as well as banner ads everywhere, to the point where you can't even read the fucking article anymore. I will never fork over a single doubloon for access to those kind of websites, so I can't read it directly from The Verge, so instead I'm going to be going through CNET's reporting on this Trump phone and what The Verge learned. So it starts by just giving you a timeline, how in February, the Trump Mobile executives actually showed off a handset that they said was near production version of T1. They showed that to The Verge. There were some changes to its appearance, and it was a completely different camera. Basically, the phone was not the same thing that they said it was on their website, and were still actively advertising it as on their website. What they showed was apparently completely different in a lot of ways. They spoke via video call with executives at Trump Mobile who held up the phone. I imagine that went a lot like Lion King, where they hold out Simba over the valley. This will be your domain, T1. Everything the light touches, you will have service. They then make a mention about the FCC documentation that they uncovered authorizing what appeared to be the T1 device. It comes from Smart Gadgets Global, whose CEO is Eric Thomas, a Trump Mobile executive. and it was FCC certified in January, which means that back in August of 2025, they had no FCC certification or anything for this, it appears, which means they were actually selling fucking nothing. They were selling the concept of an idea of a golden phone made in America, none of which actually existed, and couldn't exist, by the way, because you can't domestically make the phone that they were talking about. Genuinely impossible at that price point. Smart Gadget's global website is apparently mostly empty, apart from some stock images of tech, and the AI chatbot could not provide any info on the T1 phone, and they submitted a question to a human via the chatbot, but we're waiting to hear back as of the writing of that article. Now, on the site, there's less information there than there is on fucking DB Cooper's True Identity. Like, it is always insisted that the T1 device is coming later this year, but it's been like that for 8 months. It missed the deadline in 2025, but it's still got plenty of time in 2026, I suppose. It launched in June of 2025 with their monthly mobile plan, and they sell refurbished Apple and Samsung phones ranging from $369 to $629. It was initially announced that the Trump phone was going to be made in the US, supposed to launch in August of 2025, but it did become obvious that domestic large-scale smartphone manufacturing would not be possible, so they dropped that claim and just call it proudly American without specifying what that even fucking means. That's actual just gobbledygook. It is manufactured overseas. They are trying their best to bury that, but it is just manufactured outside of the US, but they're still trying their best to put on this facade that it's proudly American. And apparently, according to Verge, they were actually eyeing a March release window. So when customer support told me last month that it was coming at the end of that month, maybe they were genuinely told that information and thought that's what was going to happen. But per usual, they were unable to deliver. It then goes into detail about the website's claims for the T1 device versus what they actually saw on video. According to The Verge, it wasn't what was being advertised on the website. Now, that has changed since the website overhaul. They did fix that up. I say overhaul, but it's not like they did a whole lot to improve the Trump mobile site at all. It reminds me of that meme of the guy who takes a picture of himself and then takes another picture of himself turned the other way, but a toothpick in, and it's about how that toothpick one is like a huge improvement. That's basically what they did to the Trump mobile website. So yes, they did try and change it to make it more accurately reflect the T1 device that The Verge saw, from my understanding. But for 8 months, they were advertising something totally different, and the cost of the Trump phone, the T1, is now completely different. It is more expensive. And also, it made me giggle that according to the report, the T1 logo will disappear before launch, but it'll keep the American flag. I don't know why that had to happen. They had to banish the T1 logo to the Shadow Realm, but yeah, I guess that's going to be going. But they are still accepting the $100 deposits on the phone, which continues to be advertised as being $500, which is still what it is on the website as of April 29th, as of me making this video. But this phone will reportedly cost more. If you've already put down the $100 deposit, they lock you in at $500, but I guess everyone else who, you know, doesn't get in on the FOMO right away will then have to be paying more. It's unspecified how much more, but they're saying that it will be under $1,000, just more than the $500 initial. According to Trump Mobile executives speaking to The Verge, the phone has been delayed because the company decided to take its time and skip the first initial entry-level phone that they were going to kind of introduce and be quick to the market. And they told The Verge it's being made in a favored nation with final assembly in Florida. It's unclear what qualifies another nation as favored to handle most of the assembly of the T1 phone. Now, there are pictures of it that exist, and they're not like Sasquatch photos. They're not blurry. They do actually have pictures of this puppy here. But I gotta tell you, I'm equally as confused, scratching my head, wondering what it means favored nation will be doing the heavy lifting on the phone here. What the fuck is a favored nation in this case? They have the fucking Atlanteans working on it or something? We partnered with Atlanteans using their advanced tech from under the sea, so they're going to be doing a lot of the construction there, but don't worry, final assembly's in Florida, so it's proudly American. It's very silly. It's not made in America. It is made overseas, and then I guess is put together in its last step in Florida. I don't know about you, sports fans, but that doesn't sound proudly American to me. to have the phone that you advertised as being made in America be made overseas, giving the business, not domestically, overseas, and then just having it come over here for like the last touch-ups in Florida. Doesn't really scream proudly American to me, but you know, what do I know? I also love their excuse for why it is so incredibly late. Oh, we actually just wanted to deliver a much higher quality product. Initially, we were looking to just kind of pump and dump some poop out there with this entry-level phone and get our feet wet in there, dip our balls in the hot wax. But we decided, you know what? You deserve better, so we're gonna do better. I don't think that's the case at all, because many of you might recall, the first time I called them in January, I was told that the reason for the delay was because of the government shutdown. You know, the government shutdown from little ways back, which wouldn't have had any effect on the T1 phone. Again, it's not even made in America. But they had actually used that excuse for quite a while, that the reason the phone's delayed is because the government shut down, that pesky shutdown, put the brakes on the glorious T1 device. Like, they've had a bunch of different excuses, and now they're saying that the reason why it's taken so long is because they wanted to do even better. They didn't want just an entry-level phone. I don't know. Sounds a little fishy to me. But anyway, I didn't lose hope on my Trump phone. I did genuinely put money down on it to receive it, so I want to make sure I didn't just fucking have that vaporize into the ether here over nothing. So I did give them another call today to see where's my Trump phone. It's the end of April. I should be getting it pretty soon, or at least getting an email, right? Ooh, got me hitting the hot dog. I'm excited. It's the end of April, and you know what that means. That's right. It's Christmas. Because my T1 mobile device, my Trump phone, should be on its way to me right now, and I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. Earlier this month, I called support, and they told me that I should be in the second wave of phones, which is coming at the end of April. That's what I was told. So I haven't received any emails letting me know about the shipping being in transit or anything, so I'm just going to call to confirm that that's accurate. Though in March, I was also told the same thing, that my T1 mobile device would be hitting my hands at the end of March, but something must have went cattywampus over there. Who's really to say? All I know is I can't wait, and I just want to double check, get them on the horn, and make sure everything's all looking good over there for my Trump phone to come. I also saw that they updated the website for the first time in a long time. The Trump phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025, by the way. Just barely missed that one. We're a little tardy to the party here, but that's okay. Let's see it. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número 2. Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling
an existing
Trump Mobile.
account.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I feel like I've...
Good morning. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is April. How can I help you today?
Hey, April. I just wanted to check on the status of my order for the T1 device.
The information that we have is that they're going to start shipping at the end of the month. So either today or tomorrow, they should start going out. Now, you'll get an email once yours is ready to be delivered, and it'll give you a heads up that, hey, it'll show up in the next day or so. And now they are sending them out in the order that the orders were placed. So, but you will. They're supposed to be going out any day now.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. I called a little bit earlier in March about it, and they said it'd be at the end of March. Did something happen then, and has it been rectified now?
The information that we were given was that in March there was an issue with some FCC licensing, and that's been resolved.
Okay, that's awesome. Have you received one? Has anyone started getting them yet?
We have, yeah. We have one here in the call center that we've been able to take a look at, and it's very sleek, very nice looking, and takes great pictures, great video, and the sound quality is really good. So I think you'll be pleased.
Oh, that's excellent. I can't wait. So it should be in the next day or two?
Well, they're going to be shipping them out. They're telling us, and this is as of our conference call with them last week. They're going to be shipping out by the end of this month, so that'll be today and tomorrow. That's what they're telling us. And you'll get an email in advance letting you know when yours is on the way. Now, when they ship them out, as I mentioned before, they're going to be shipping them out in the order that the orders were received. So if your order was placed last year, then yours will be in the first batch to go out.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, then I should be getting it pretty soon. I was getting a little worried, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Well, oh no, and you know, we've all kind of been concerned about the delays, but what we were told is that back in March they were getting FCC approval for some technical thing, and that's been resolved, so they're going to be going out soon.
Awesome. Are they going to make an announcement about it, publicly? Because I've seen a lot of people saying that it's been, canceled or something like that since no one's got it.
No, our understanding is that there will be notification. There's going to be some news coverage on Fox News. That's the one. So, but we're waiting to get confirmation of that. Of course, I'm sure it'll be all over social media.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait. Thank you so much. That's great news.
You are very welcome. Well, thank you very much for being a Trump customer, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well, April. Take it easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye now.
See? What was I worried about? I knew it was any day now. It was any day back in January, now it's any day here in April. So I should be getting it here within, well, at least an email within the next 24 to 48 hours, I believe. So I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. I bet you all feel real silly for ever doubting that this was coming, because now we have proof that it is, because they said so. I'm going to be hoisting this like a prized fish pretty soon, and you're gonna be jealous of all this awesome phone action I'm gonna be getting in on with the T1. I also have to make sure to tune into the Fox News broadcast when they start talking about the T1 and sucking the cock. That's gonna be really cathartic. I can't wait for that either. So yeah, now we have confirmation that the T1 phone is gonna be here any day now, which is reassuring to hear for the fucking 30th time. Anyway, just wanted to give you the update on the Trump phone. That's really about it. So, yeah. Are we staring down the pipe of the end times? Are we about to experience an apocalyptic flood a mere 3 or so weeks away, as prophesized by a guy on TikTok? A chosen one, whom the Lord apparently dropped this patch note to with a little sneak peek, giving him a warning, and then also issuing him the noble task of building arks to save as many as possible. On the surface, it might sound silly that a lot of people are genuinely questioning if this prophecy is going to come true, much like the last doomsday TikTok prediction. But when you really dive into the meat and potatoes of it and get into the weeds, it's even sillier that anyone, even a single person, would for some reason believe this. It is always just a source, trust me bro type moment. A guy on TikTok claims he received a vision from God, and he draws a big distinction that this is not a prophecy per se, just a vision of the end, that on December 25th the world would, start flooding, wiping us all out, and that he is now, going the route of Noah, needing to build arks to save people. And that's exactly what he's been doing. His math, I think, is a little off when it comes to his estimations on how many people they can hold. I've seen a bunch of big numbers tossed around, and based on the video footage he's provided of the boats he's building, I don't think the numbers he's proposing would ever work unless everyone gets hit by a fucking shrink ray or something. It'd be real tough to start making those numbers work that he's tossing around all loosey-goosey. But as for if the world's going to be flooding in 3 weeks, I'm not exactly sold on that. I live my life by a simple rule. There are two kinds of men on this planet. Men that have tried to suck their own dicks, and liars. And I don't exactly know where this guy fits into that yet. I guess we're going to have to wait and see on December 25th if the world starts flooding. And if it does, Jiminy Christmas, I'm going to feel like a real fool for not believing him and booking a ticket for one of the arcs. I just learned about this on stream a little bit ago, but then dove in and did my own homework on it, perusing TikTok, the experts. And there are quite a few videos with millions of views talking about this and showing like some level of genuine concern. Some of them are just trolling, but there are people that actually think this one's got some real oomph to it because he did build some boats. He did build some arcs. Gotta tell you, sports fans, even if the world doesn't flood in 3 or so weeks, this guy is still going to be set like a sailor here with all these boats he's got at his disposal now. Man, fucking, maybe it wasn't the Lord who gave him that task. Maybe Davy Jones came to him in a dream to build some boats, and dag nabbit, it did work. He's got quite an impressive collection of boats now that he is building. Did he talk about the guy who's creating the Noah's Ark and said December 24th the world is going to be flooded? Another doomsday prophecy? No, what's his name? I'll check it out. Yeah, he said the events of the Bible would reenact themselves on the 25th of December onward. Who? You keep saying he. Who is it, Noah? Did he himself come back? He respawned? Like, who is it? Ken Ham. Are you sure it's Ken Ham? Because this is old. This is a guy who built the Ark Encounter, where he made like a tourable Noah's Ark. There's no... People keep reciting the goddamn prophecy without saying who prophesized it. What good is that? Who is it that built the Ark and is saying the world is flooding in 3 weeks? I want to look it up. I gotta get prepared if he's right. The guy's name is literally Noah. I'm just gonna try and type like a fucking caveman here. Well, that didn't work. Oh, wait. Is this it? Ebo Noah? Oh my god, wait, that my search actually did work. I typed that in like an actual Neanderthal. I typed in, he said world flood December 24th built Ark. And it worked. Is this it? Ebo Noah sends warning to people ahead of the December 25th flood that he said God revealed to him on flooding the earth and to make an arch to accommodate every living creature on earth in pairs just like Noah did in the Bible. It looks pretty cool. Is that big enough for every living creature on earth in pairs? Like that? I don't know, it seems like maybe 2 stories high. You need like the PIM particles to shrink them in order to make that work. Can I see a video of it? Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us introduce the man, the myth, and the carpenter of the century, Ebo Noah, just Ghana's very own Noah II. According to him, a massive flood is coming on the 25th of December, and he's not just talking, the man has already constructed 8 arcs.
He made 8? Wait, that's very impressive. Holy. I'm not exactly sold on the prophecy here. I don't know if he's necessarily Baba Vanga level, but his carpentry, it's pretty impressive.
250,000 pounds in wood alone. Each ark can take 5,000 people, he said.
5,000 people where?
And carry 600 million people. I have questions for Ebo Noah. How and where is he getting the money to buy the wood for the arks? And then why is he wasting a lot of money knowing perfectly that this isn't true? Well, let's wait for 25th and see what happens.
Man, this guy's got like a whole shipyard here. It's like when Luffy and the gang go to Water 7. Like, holy shit. He actually did build a lot of these bitches, huh? Very cool looking. I can tell you one thing, 5,000 people and every living creature on Earth in pairs ain't fitting on those.
It's for only those who have a covenant with God.
Oh, sword clashing sound effect there.
Okay, I will never insult you. The number is 054155.
Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Man's dropping his cell phone number there for a second. I just want to know about the prediction, brother. I'm not here to start no shit. I just want to know where the prediction's coming from is all. I'm gonna tell you, that's a lot of wood. I'm gonna tell you, Probably not going to get a whole lot of use out of the arcs. Is this the blueprint? Because it is not that big, I'll tell you that. God literally said he'd never flood the earth again. It's why he made the rainbow. Someone that actually read the Bible. You're right. But he also said no one would ever know when he was going to do it. No man would ever see it coming. I am curious if, this happens all the time now with, doomsday prophecies, and people do believe it. But I wonder in this case how many people actually think the world is flooding in 3 weeks. And if there's a lot of people right now booking flights to Ghana to get on his arcs. I'd be very interested to know. I can't imagine it's like a ton of people. But even just a handful would be fascinating. Maybe you're just trying to start a boat business and this is the hook. What a banger marketing scheme that would be. I had this dream about the world flooding, so I built these boats. Didn't flood. But now I'm selling these boats. You too can own your own ark. Why not just get some of the boats that already exist? No, what? Boats that already exist? Those aren't arcs, brother. What are you talking about? No. Seems like it's becoming even more common now for easy TikTok views to just start making doomsday predictions now because people will actually believe it for some reason. But I will say, those boats look pretty cool. Like they seem like high quality vessels. Don't know if they're going to get much of a workout when it comes to like a global flood or anything, but I bet they'd be a lot of fun to take out for a spin regardless. Anyway though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Just like fiber in my colon, the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways, and today it plopped out a little something special onto my homepage. A beautiful little nugget that highlighted a scam that I would have never even imagined as a possibility. A YouTuber named Falfin, whom hasn't uploaded in 6 years, came out of nowhere from the top turnbuckle and delivered a smackdown onto a nutrition brand that had a protein powder that they were hawking that isn't quite what it seems. Now, if you read the title of this video, it says this company sold cake batter as protein powder. That title is admittedly a little misleading, because cake batter is probably more nutritious than what they were parading around as protein powder and selling. It is a homemade label, and in that little screenshot there I showed you, the keen observers out there, the astute viewers, may have noticed that there's a bit of a big typo on that nutrition label. Instead of dietary fiber, it's dietati fiber. So this is not like a real label, and it actually gives me similar vibes to like the OG pink sauce shenanigans. So it turns out, we're going to go through this video together, that this nutrition brand had this protein powder that was not as advertised, and it certainly didn't have the macros that it was pretending that it did.
If you're into fitness and live in Northern California, there's a decent chance you've heard of Holmes Nutrition. Anyone that has tried Holmes Nutrition protein powder would say the following 2 things about it. 1, that it's the most delicious protein powder they've ever had, and 2, that it tastes just like cake batter. The powder itself even advertises how it's great for baking. 1 scoop has 22 grams of protein and only 3 grams of sugar, but it tastes so much like cake batter that someone got suspicious.
Now, I'm not familiar with this brand, I've never heard of it before, but it seems like it had a lot of glaze with people praising its flavor in particular. It had great macros, judging by the nutrition label. If you ignore the misspellings of dietary as well as essential amino acids, it seems as though they called them essential amino acids. But if you put that stuff aside, that pesky grammar and spelling, it all looked great. Now, real quick, why you should never ignore something like that on a label is these are extremely important pieces of information to get right. And if there are spelling errors in there, that showcases that something's a bit fishy, something's gone awry. Smells stinky. If a label isn't correctly, accurately describing what the contents are in this product that's being consumed, that can be the difference of someone getting sick. People make their decisions on things based on these kind of labels, especially when it comes to people with dietary restrictions. So, if the label can't be trusted, that could be legitimately dangerous for some individuals. This is something you don't fuck with. So, with this in consideration, so many people talking about how closely resembling cake batter the flavor profile was for this brand and how low the sugar was, there was someone on Reddit who, just like my boy George, got a bit curious and decided to send this out to a lab for further testing just to confirm, like, does this actually have the macros that it says it does? Is this actually what the label is telling me it is?
This Redditor sent in 3 different flavors of Holmes Nutrition to a lab. They sent samples of chocolate cake, lemon cake, and cinnamon crumb cake to this lab, Certified Laboratories, and all 3 powders came back with the same results. Instead of 22 grams of protein, this protein powder had 21 grams of carbs instead and only 3.4 grams of protein per scoop.
Boy, howdy, that's quite a bit different than what the label says is contained in that product. It's a far cry from what's advertised with this protein powder. 3 grams of protein is shockingly low. I could fart into your mouth and you get more protein from my ass than you would from this powder. For comparison, let's take a peek at Betty Crocker, just the most popular packaged cake mix. You'll get 1 less gram of protein in the package, but if you prepare it as you're supposed to, you would actually get 1 more gram of protein from preparing a fucking Betty Crocker cake than you would from drinking a Holmes protein shake here using this. It's like the LaCroix of protein powder, where it's the idea of protein. It's so weird. Like, I cannot believe how little protein there appears to be in this product based on the lab results here. 3 grams is actually shockingly low. I know I've already said that, but I am stunned because I would think, like, even if you were trying to make some, like, misleading product here, you would think that there'd be a little more protein in that, just even accidentally. Somehow, it's like they went in there and intentionally removed all of the protein they could possibly find. Like, you could eat a handful of grass and probably get more nutrition out of that. When I went back to the original Reddit post, it seems like this was a very popular brand of protein powder, at least in the local area. For years, Holmes Nutrition has been a well-known local name, someone everyone preached about as being legit because he's friends with so many people, but recent lab results show that the product has been severely mislabeled, sold under the appearance of a higher quality protein powder than it actually contains. I personally have been buying Holmes Nutrition for over 4 years, believing I was getting a high-quality product. People I know have even picked up their protein directly from his house, trusting they were buying from someone who cared about his customers. Instead, they were handed a product that didn't come close to meeting its advertised nutrition claims. And in the comment section, both here on the YouTube video and even in other places like on Facebook and stuff and other like Instagram and things, there were tons of people talking about how long they've been purchasing this product. They've been loyal to this brand for years. And when you are trying to better your health and fitness, one thing you do is keep track of things like macros. So people were buying this and working it into their daily routine as part of their macros and their nutritional goals in order to hit what they wanted, to achieve what they were setting out to achieve. But they were being misled the whole time. They weren't getting near their protein threshold that they were looking to hit. And in some cases, you could even make an argument it was hurting consumers, as you're going to see more in this video here and in the original Reddit post. Because this is incorrectly labeled, there were people buying this product that probably shouldn't have because of like blood sugar spiking and stuff like that. This is why these labels are extremely important, because someone who's like diabetic needs this information. They rely on this information so that way they don't end up putting themselves in a dangerous position by consuming something that they shouldn't. So when this product gets tested in a lab and turns out it's not even close to what's being advertised with it and the label doesn't reflect what's actually in there at all, it becomes a huge problem, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this brand sued. Honestly, huge W to the Redditor here who decided to take it upon themselves to send this out to labs to confirm if this really is what Holmes Nutrition says it is. I think that was a very important thing to do.
I've been absolutely obsessed with getting buff and working out. I was lifting at the gym 5 days a week, and of course, I was hitting my protein macros each and every day. Or so I thought. So you can imagine my absolute despair and nausea when I found out that my favorite protein powder that I had been using for years was not even protein powder at all, just a sweet batter mix with trace amounts of protein. An egg, a single egg, has double the amount of protein than my protein powder had. The protein powder I was spending $75 per bag on.
Oof. Yeah, protein powder's not cheap. So it seems like, based on the available information here, Holmes Nutrition was like the cheapest fucking cake batter type mix you could find and packaged and then charged a fucking arm and a leg for it. She's right. A single egg is double what you were getting from the fucking Holmes protein powder. I'm giggling, but it's actually diabolical. She has been working out for a long time and believing to be hitting her protein goals thanks to the assistance of something like this protein powder, but turns out this entire time she wasn't, because she wasn't getting the protein she thought she was, because this is complete fucking phony baloney. She'd been schmeckeldorfed by Holmes Nutrition here. If I found out the protein powders I'd been using for the last decade were actually just, pixie dust or something and dirt and sawdust, I would be pissed. I would be extremely upset. And I saw a lot of other comments from people, even outside of like the potential dangers of someone like consuming this and having like a blood sugar spike or something like that because they didn't know or anything like that. Even outside of that, people were taking this and then wondering why they were plateauing or not like seeing any improvements when they were hitting the macro goals that they set out to and what should be leading to improvements, thus causing tons of confusion and wondering, well, what's going wrong, without ever suspecting that their protein powder they were relying on was actually the real culprit. It's such a fucking mess.
So first of all, Holmes Nutrition Protein Powder is not sold in big box stores or on Amazon. It's a company created by Sacramento-based bodybuilder Bobby Holmes and his wife. It's only available on its website, holmesnutrition.com. So how did I even find out about this protein powder in the first place? Well, the smoothies that my gym made were fantastic. So one day I peeped at the protein powder they use and I wrote it down and then went home and started buying some.
Her story is one that I saw shared by many others. Apparently, a lot of people found out about Holmes Nutrition through their local gyms that were making protein smoothies there using that powder, and people were just blown away by how great it tasted that they also wanted to find out what the fuck was this protein powder. It tasted just like cake batter, but for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein. Holy shit. $75, I'm losing money not buying it. So people were then buying Holmes Nutrition protein powder. This was the gateway drug here. They believed that they had stumbled across something that was truly unlike the rest. It tasted incredible, and for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein, they were losing money not giving Bobby Holmes 75 clams. Their body was withering away, shrinking and shriveling from atrophy without being fed this holy elixir that tasted just like cake batter, when really the whole time they were deceived.
So for me, I'm one of the lucky ones because this just affects my gains, but for others, this is a major health issue. The Redditor included in their post that they even saw a comment on Bobby's Instagram from someone saying their blood sugar shot up despite the label claiming low sugar and carbs. To make matters worse, in the comments, people were buying this protein for their diabetic family members that have been having issues with their glucose while taking this. And this commenter had real-time data that this protein powder was causing sugar spikes.
Now, these are just Reddit comments, so this could be as real as, my dad works at Bungie and he's gonna have you banned off Minecraft or something. But this is something that is very testable. You can monitor blood sugar spikes. And there are so many people reporting it, I'm willing to believe that that is probably accurate. The lab results are pretty conclusive. There's not a lot of wiggle room for that to be in error. And since we now know, based on that, we can't trust the label, since the label is very inaccurate, we can assume that the ingredients are not properly reflected in what is on that label. So they probably weren't able to achieve this flavor with being low sugar. We know it's not low carb. It advertised 4 grams of carbs. It's actually over 20. The sugar content is also probably higher, which she is about to dive into in just a moment. So I do think that it's probably legitimate claims here that people that were using this product were probably experiencing fluctuations in their blood sugar levels as a result of it because they were taking it under a false pretense. They were misled thinking that it was low carb, low sugar.
The original post with the lab results were posted on Reddit on March 3rd, 2025. On March 27, they posted an update saying that Holmes Nutrition has removed all of their protein powders from their online store. So when we go to the Holmes Nutrition website, it has the following messages, starting with the bottom being the oldest. Unfortunately, we have encountered an unexpected issue with the manufacturing facility for the protein. Due to the large increase in demand, the current facility was having issues.
The message is still on the site to this day. It's been like this for many months now, and actually, a lot of customers of Holmes Nutrition found out about the potential fraud because they were Googling, where is Holmes Nutrition protein powder? And in Googling that, a lot of people found this Reddit post. So people unintentionally stumbled into this knowledge that their protein powder was severely mislabeled because they were trying to buy more of it. Now, Holmes Nutrition doesn't appear to be acknowledging it in any way, shape, or form. They're kind of plugging their ears to it, putting their head down and just saying, oh, it's temporarily off the shelves because we got to find a manufacturer. You guys just love it so fucking much that we've got to stop selling it online for now while we look for another manufacturer. That's the only reason it's not here right now. I imagine the reason for that is probably obvious. If they did say, like, whoops-a-daisy, you got us, well, we're going to have to start changing our label around to be accurate. Sorry about the inconvenience. They would be sued into fucking oblivion like that. It would be instantaneous. So their only card to play is just ignore it and hope people don't try and, like, pursue further action against them. I don't believe the story that they have to find another manufacturer now. That just seems like a convenient excuse. I don't put any stock into that being truthful. You can't trust their label and you can't trust their word, it seems.
For myself, it was either in March or April of this year, 2025, that I first noticed the products were unavailable on the website and that Holmes was citing manufacturer issues. So since the Reddit post was already up by the time I independently noticed their website, I don't have definitive data to show if the products were pulled down before the post went up or after or in response to this post exposing them. But given the timeline within the post, it seems that these messages on the site were after or in response to this Reddit post. Okay, wait. As I was editing this video, I saw this Instagram post from Diamond Tier Fitness, which is this gym in northern Sacramento, that said it's selling Holmes protein.
So it seems like while it's not available to order directly through their site, they are selling it through local gyms. And the reason for that, at least in my opinion, is that they probably have recognized that people online are a little more privy to the potential falsified nutrition label here, and thus they believe selling their inventory that they have left, which I imagine is probably sizable, they probably have quite a lot in stock, that they want to offload. They found the best way to do that would be locally doing it at these gyms where people aren't just going to stand there and start like Googling it right then and there. They'll just be like, oh, this, I'll trust the label. Since we have all been led to believe that labels are accurate, they are supposed to be 100% representative of what is actually the contents of that product. So people are most likely going to be inclined to trust it if they buy it in person, as opposed to online where they might stumble across that Reddit post. So my theory is they're selling through these local gyms because they have all of this inventory that they know they can't really sell online right now. It's a little too hot, hot tub is too hot. So they're doing it locally, hoping that people will be none the wiser and won't like look into it past like, oh, yummy, this tastes great. And that's what I think, at least.
While I was writing out this video and looking at my bag of protein powder, I noticed that the dietary and dietary fiber on the bag is spelled wrong. So this indicates that Bobby and his wife created this nutrition label themselves, which is allowed by the FDA, but does open the door for extreme inaccuracy and lack of trustworthiness in what's claimed on the label. So the FDA does not approve supplements or protein powders, so you're never going to see the FDA approved stamp on any of them. But that doesn't mean they are exempt from the FDA's labeling regulations. they still have to follow the FDA labeling laws.
That was fascinating to me because I didn't know that you could just make your own labels for the product. I knew protein powders weren't FDA approved. I think most people in the fitness space do recognize that. But I didn't know you could still just make your own fucking labels and just pull numbers out of your ass here. I mean, you can't. As you mentioned, you still have to follow, like, the labeling laws. But I still thought you couldn't even just do that as, like, you know, some goober sitting at your home computer and typing it all out. I still thought it would have to go through something a little more official for something like that.
In addition, it includes non-dairy creamer as an ingredient, but pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.4b, if an ingredient is made from 2 or more ingredients, it must declare the established common or usual name of the ingredient, followed by a parenthetical listing of all ingredients that that ingredient is made of. So, this has more ingredients that make up that non-dairy creamer, like vegetable oil or possibly even dipotassium phosphate, which are common ingredients in non-dairy creamer that are just not listed in the ingredients list. Additionally, it says cane sugar as an ingredient, so we know there are added sugars, but it just lists sugars, 3 grams. The Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.9, specifies that added sugars must be declared separately from total sugars and include the percent daily value. So, not only is the protein and carb content completely misstated, but there are just so many problems with pretty much every aspect of the packaging.
Yeah, to me, that's kind of a slam dunk right there. There's not a whole lot of argument that Holmes Nutrition could possibly make for why they wouldn't fully list out the ingredients there that make up that creamer, nor why they didn't separate sugars and added sugars. Well, the reason they wouldn't do the added sugars is because it would look a lot worse. There's probably a lot of added sugars in there, which is how they're able to achieve that cake batter-like taste that they're so famous for, most likely. So, her looking at the ingredients there and showcasing how it's not exactly compliant with the established protocol, I think is a very strong piece of evidence that this is all fucking bogus. That what Holmes Nutrition has done here is just reprehensible. And it could be just downright dangerous. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it has opened them up to lawsuits. The lab tests are pretty hard to argue against as well, where it confirms that the protein, the carbs, all of that is just drastically wrong. So how the fuck could Holmes Nutrition even come up with an excuse? They really can't, which is why I believe they're not. That's probably why they're just radio silent and just selling locally through gyms now, it seems. Now, in the original Reddit post, they believed that the lab results indicated the presence of amino spiking. Falfin, however, disagreed with that notion, and there's a whole segment Falfin dedicates to proving why she believes it's not necessarily amino spiking here, and I highly recommend you check out her whole video so you can see her piece on that. I will, however, show you her conclusion for why she believes there's such a discrepancy between the lab results, protein, and what's listed on the bag here.
Amino spiking would still show up as protein in lab tests, so the lab test listed would not be showing only 11% protein on the results if it was amino spiked. This lab test specifically uses the Kjeldahl method, which would still read high protein. Given these facts, I disagree with the original poster that Holmes is using amino spiking. To me personally, it really just seems like we just have a complete misrepresentation of the protein versus carbs content, and that the nutrition and ingredients label is just simply wrong. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, so I can't say whether this was intentionally deceptive or just severe incompetence.
Given what she explains with amino spiking, which I wasn't entirely knowledgeable on in the protein powder space, I think she did a good job of explaining why she believes this isn't the result of amino spiking, and I agree with her conclusion that it probably is just grossly mislabeled. And while I understand it's impossible to say if it's intentionally, maliciously done this way, or if it's just them being extremely fucking stupid, like they're all just bumbling morons over there at the Holmes Nutrition HQ, I feel like, given all of the other factors at play here, to me personally, it feels like it probably is this way by design. It feels like they are intentionally trying to make this product appear as though it's something that it's not, knowing full well when people try it, they're going to love the flavor, and since they see these great macros on the back, they're going to be like a lifelong customer, as you've seen from so many other commenters and so many other people speaking up about like how betrayed they feel for years spent buying this product. So I feel like it's probably by design, but of course I can't say that with 100% certainty. But regardless, it's a huge fucking problem.
So I know this was a long video, but I just had to talk about this. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm just a person that is angry and wants other people to be aware of this. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for listening to what I have to say. I hope you have a great day and that you don't find out that you were scammed by your protein powder.
She also had a segment in here where she was mentioning other protein players in the space that were facing legal hot water, being sued because of mislabeled products, you know, that maybe didn't have as much protein as the label said. So, like, there is a precedent set where you can't just completely fucking lie about how much protein is in your product. Now, as for whether or not Holmes Nutrition is going to face any legal ramifications, who really knows? But really, this was a very interesting video. Falfin mentions she's not a YouTuber. She was just a victim of this scam and wanted to alert others to it as well. And it's not something that she's doing just trying to fish for clicks or farm a drama or something like that. She was buying this protein powder for years, wasting hundreds of dollars over the course of this period of time, and she's far from the only one. You can see tons and tons of testimonials from people claiming that they've been buying this for years, spending upwards of like $2,000 over the course of this period of time, all under the belief that this product was helping them achieve their health and fitness goals, when really the truth of it appears to be, based on the lab results, that it was actually hampering those goals. It was actively working against them. That fucking sucks. Like, that's terrible. That's a degenerate scam right there, based on all available information. So I just found this to be so interesting. Falfin absolutely crushed it on this video here. I know she says she's not a YouTuber, but I'm curious if she's going to do any other content in the future, because this was just really well made. And hats off to the Redditor who did the initial investigating in the beginning, sending this to a lab, being alerted to the fact that something is just awry here. It's a bit fishy. And then decided to follow through on an investigation to make sure that, you know, everything was above board here. And then what they found out, they shared with, you know, the world. So that way other people weren't getting, you know, misled by it anymore. So, yeah, anyway, I just had to yap about this one. That's really about it. So, yeah. All right, give me that. I'm getting in the goal to help the Lightning win the Stanley Cup. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm just getting in the goal to prove that Tampa's finest athlete can really do it all. I can play basketball, I can play ping pong, and I can play hockey.
The big three.
The big three.
The big three.
I appreciate it. Thank you, NHL, for letting us go to the Stadium Series game and let me get out on the ice and really show what I'm capable of.
Are you wearing
your pants?
Oh, you're right. I don't know why I thought you were going to be on.
Oh, you're right. Charlie's going to play goalie against these two behind you, Chase and Aaron. They've never played hockey, never shot a puck. Then myself and Danny, who really good beer league guys. We rip it with the best of them.
You guys won the beer league championship last year.
Against who?
Against the old pucks.
The old pucks. Yeah.
They were fucking awesome.
And then we're bringing out Nick Paul from the Tampa Bay Lightning to shoot shots.
Formerly on the old pucks.
Formerly of the old pucks. He was one of the ones who broke free. He made it. He got his chance at the big dance. I have a guess that you do not stay in goal for Nick Paul shots.
Do you think it's that scary?
I think you leave. We're going to have him rip one just against the glass.
Like, so you're out there and you can, like, hear what it's...
Yeah.
See what it's
I
like.
think just promise you'll try to stop one.
I'll try. Probably what'll happen, and I was thinking about this on the drive over, last time I was here I got blasted in the old sack.
Yeah.
So
I do remember that. I think I did it.
No, it was Danny's shot.
No, it was you because it ran up the stick.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
Oh, you're right. So probably what'll happen is that'll be my main concern, and I'll just do it like this.
You will have a cup this time.
Big cup.
I had a cup last time.
Did you really?
I
don't think you did.
Here, let me see. I'll get you your goalie cup.
Whoever's editing this, instant replay on the cup check. Does he have a cup on?
No.
Oh, cool. Why would you want that when you're standing in goal?
You kind of look like you're built like the Onion Knight right now.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking that. I feel like I'm getting into Dark Souls armor.
Yeah, you got knee pads. You can just drop. You're gonna have to drop to your knees.
Is that how you do it?
Yep.
Oh, Oh,
There you go. There you go.
That's good.
How many did I just?
And then now that you're on your hands and knees, you just yeah. Yep.
Oh, you're gonna be fine.
Yep.
Was that pretty?
That was pretty good. Yeah. Well, I'll try it later with the pads on so you can see what it feels like. You will not be able to skate in these the same way that you normally do.
That's good. I mean, that's fine.
You kind of just will kind of slowly make your way over though, wherever.
Wow.
There we go. Look at that side to side.
How's my speed looking?
Pretty good.
Unmatched.
Do we have
This is
unbelievable.
Where's the
puck?
camera?
Where's the
The
puck?
sheer disappointment in his eyes is unbelievable.
This is actually crazy.
Now just kind of toss one, not slow, but not hard. Let him feel it. See?
Should I stop it?
Yep.
Nice.
Now fucking rip it at him.
That can support him a little bit.
No, he's good.
He's got the railing.
He's got pads on. What's gonna happen?
That's true. Yeah, you don't have to worry about hurting yourself.
Yeah, get my stick, please.
You're natural.
Wow.
You got it. There we go. Yes.
That's perfect. And then
Ready?
yep.
Here I come. Butterfly.
My legs
Ah! God.
Can you stand
Absolutely.
from that position? Like there's
What I can do is this.
honestly one leg into the other, and you push off your edge. It gives you stability.
That's what I can do. I can do some of this.
I'm thinking you're not getting up to your feet.
No, there's no chance. All right, I'm gonna be getting a net now. Not a damn thing's getting through, not even from Nick, actual professional hockey player.
Hey, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Nick Paul. Play for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Gonna have some fun today.
Wow. You ain't seen a demon in net like me, I'll tell you what. Check this out, I can go backwards.
We're gonna go through the level. Actually, why don't we start with this? Why don't we just let Nick rip one into the glass?
Yeah.
You just stand in goal. He's not shooting at you, just at the glass, so you can get a feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and get in net.
All right, I'm getting in net.
Yep. Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm getting there. Don't touch me.
Yeah.
How
Go
many
ahead.
times do you have to push Bassie into the goal to get a
Not many.
You're almost there. All right. Wait, hold on.
There's no space. You take up the whole net.
Really?
Yeah. There's no room.
Ready?
Wow. Yeah. That felt like an anime where like the samurai does attack and then like registers 10 seconds later.
All right. So now you know what you're working up to. Why don't we start with chase and air?
The fledglings.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll do 3 here, 3 back there, and 3 you can skate up.
Yeah. So 3, and then whatever you want to do for the like you get your own shots for the third.
All right, Aaron, you can start us off.
You ready, Charlie?
All right, Charlie with 1 point. That's big. Nice. There we go. All right, 3 from closer.
I'm a brick fucking wall.
Certainly seem it like it.
Did I stop it?
That would sneak through. Wait. Can I pick up your pad? I think that. Oh, you got it. Nice. Look at that. All right. All right. I like the idea.
No.
1 for Aaron. Nice. All right. Here we go.
Pass her up.
Last one. 2.
Yeah. I almost did the Michigan, and I was like, I don't want to do that to him this early. I want to let him have it.
That was tough.
That was a good shot.
That was a good shot.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
That was huge. How you feel?
Pretty good. I think they're a little loose, so I feel like a giraffe. I'm constantly like rebalancing.
That last shot was pretty good.
Thanks.
I mean, that wasn't the best showing for me. I should have stopped that last one for sure.
You look like you're more comfortable on your knees.
Yeah. A lot of people say that. Oh yeah.
Very good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think you got it. You got it.
I got it. I saw that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah, all right, pal.
Close, close. I think Chase is going to be dangerous from close range.
2 misses, 1 save. I'm not looking good.
Holy shit, that's scary.
That makes a nice sound, huh?
Yeah. 2?
I can stop those all day long.
Oh, what a shot and a save. That was great.
That was nice.
Oh, that's in. That was in.
Did that go in? No, wait. I
You
feel
got
it.
it.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
This is the one they taught me in Georgia.
Oh. All right. So, how many did you put in?
Like, none.
No,
He put in one. He put in one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all right, you got one.
I got one.
That looks pretty good.
Nice work, man.
Thanks.
We're not ready.
That was a good shot. Nice save.
See if I can change where it goes. Nope.
Oh!
Did that go in? Fuck.
Nice.
I got two.
You are killing it.
Yeah, I punch at them.
Honestly, you're doing great.
If I could have done that, I would have stopped it.
Did you score? You gotta stop this one.
I've got to stop this one.
Nice!
There it is.
Oh boy.
That was the only unpadded spot on my whole body I've just now found out.
Where?
My hand.
Oh yeah, your hand is not padded.
Yeah.
You don't really want to catch it when you're...
Yep, I'm going to start doing that.
All right, Charles. So, Matt's probably going to take some slap shots. Yeah. So you got to be ready for him to come in quick, all right?
I'm ready.
All right.
Just for me to embarrass myself.
That's one.
Good block.
All right.
No, it's good.
All right.
That's my strongest spot.
Stonewalled Matt so far.
All right. I'll take slap shots. I'm not good at those.
All right.
Did you hit your hand?
Yep, that was my hand. That felt good.
All right, 100% so far. Matt's a creative guy. This is where he does his best work.
Exactly. I'm very nervous with Nick here.
Did that go in?
Yep, he got you. He got you. It's right by your side. Just don't trip on it. Oh.
How does that go in?
It's okay. You learn from everyone.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Don't let him do it again.
Well, I stopped that one.
That was pretty good.
You did better on me than you did on Danny.
That's true.
All right, now for your easiest one, I would probably say, yeah. All right, he got one through, but don't worry.
Okay, I could have. I legit could have had that. Did that go in?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
Oh!
Thank
that
you.
Feel good?
That felt great.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Oh, look at that. Alright, let me scoot this out. He's trying to trip me.
I should just starfished for it.
All right, Charlie, you got this one. You got this one. Yeah, reset.
I'm Michigan on my ice. You've got some nerve.
Oh, you gotta let him try another Michigan.
Yeah.
Oh, no Michigan gets through on my watch.
I didn't know you could just do that. Sure.
Holy fuck. What the fuck?
Just put your hand up there. There you go. Yep.
This is crazy. I touched that one.
Ready?
Oh my god.
Oh.
We got one.
Good.
The fear in his eyes when that one hit the glass was amazing.
Oh fuck.
You're 50 radio on that one.
Yeah, that was close.
Do you want a full speed shot?
Yeah, as long as it doesn't kill me, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, I'll go from blue line.
All right. I think you would have had that one. Yeah.
I want to go ahead.
Hey, you're getting all of them.
Hey, big thanks again to the Lightning for letting me come out here and disgrace the ice like this, and bigger thanks to Nick Paul for joining me for it. That was incredible.
He stopped a couple of my shots.
Yep. Next
no.
time I'm out here, nothing's getting through, I swear to God.
And of course, big thanks to the NHL as well for making this happen and sending us to Stadium Series.
Now get the fuck out of here. Yeah, they're really great. Today I found something pretty interesting that I just can't resist the urge to share with all of you. I'm just kidding. That's a classic gag right there. I got you good. But I did actually read something pretty fascinating. It was an independent study that was conducted that found 72% of games industry executives believe that Steam has a monopoly on PC games. And this is an interesting topic and something that I've talked about on stream quite a bit, but I want to yap about this because they're not entirely wrong. Steam is like a diet monopoly when it comes to PC games, but not because they use like monopolistic tactics or anything. They literally just offer a better service than anything else that seems to come up and literally do nothing and win just by being better than all of the competitors that try and enter the market. Developers and players just naturally gravitate towards Steam. And thus they do kind of have like a stranglehold, like nipple clamps on PC games market. So like they do have oomph. And you can make an argument that they're like a soft monopoly. But I think it tells a very interesting story because there are alternatives, there are competitors. They just don't necessarily thrive. So anytime that a new games platform tries to enter the market to compete with Steam, they do their own version, with blackjack and hookers and whatever. And it usually flounders. Like, it usually flatlines pretty quickly because it's just inferior to Steam. Even though Steam has remained largely unchanged for the longest time, it has cemented itself as just a really easy-to-use platform that's just extremely convenient for developers and players. So, a new platform springing up, it's got its work cut out for it. But that's not to say they don't exist, because there are a lot of alternatives. Well, maybe a lot's being a little charitable. There are some alternatives. Some of them are even decent, like GOG. Even though in recent times I've had extraordinarily horrible luck with GOG and getting games to actually fucking work through there, it is a service that is good, but it's not really comparable to Steam or anything. And then there's things like the Epic Game Store, which I think did try and employ monopolistic tactics to compete with Steam. Epic Game Store, I don't know how many of you remember, was trying to incentivize developers to marry themselves to their platform exclusively. Basically trying to have their own console wars between these platforms of Steam versus Epic Game Store. So they would like steal away developer titles to go to the Epic Game Store through incentives. And it didn't work because Epic Game Store itself is just not a great platform. So people don't like to use it willingly. Very few people choose Epic Game Store over Steam. So it hasn't beaten Steam, and it's kind of a joke that's gotten a lot of resentment because of some of their tactics they've used to try and compete. Whereas Steam doesn't really do any of that. It just kind of sits there fucking lollipop in hand and does nothing and is winning. All these other platforms spring up and usually just run themselves straight into the shitter. So Steam just always prevails in the end. And that does put it in a position where it is like a soft monopoly. Worth mentioning about this study in particular, 75% of respondents were senior managers of C-suite level, with 77% from studios with more than 50 employees. And the study found that for a majority of the studios, Steam accounts for over 75% of revenue. And then they do briefly mention that developers started utilizing Epic Game Store and the Xbox PC Game Store. But again, it's clear Steam is the bulk of the balloons here. It is fascinating because, as I briefly mentioned, Steam doesn't do anything to try and solidify this pseudo-monopoly. Like, they don't have parameters in place to try and force people to use Steam and drive out competition or anything like that. They literally just plant their feet and lat spread and just sit there, menacingly. To the point where if you're a developer releasing on PC and you choose not to release on Steam, you are cutting your own nuts off. You are doing yourself a huge disservice in not having your game in front of all of those Steam users. And again, it's not Steam that's doing that and putting that fear of God in you. It's just gamers choose Steam, so if your game's not on Steam, they might not be buying it at all in general. They might not even give it the time of day. So, like, it's very interesting, because again, Steam, at least not to anything I've ever seen, has never really tried to do anything to be a monopoly in the PC gaming space. They've just always been really convenient, like user-focused, and like, first and foremost, just accessible to developers and users, that they are just the best service. Now, of course, it's not perfect. Nothing ever will be. Like, I fucking hate the Steam friend UI and all that. I bitch and moan about that endlessly on stream whenever I'm trying to, like, co-op with friends on different games. But, like, overall, the Steam platform is better than any other games platform that has come out, generally speaking. So it's hard to compete with that. So even though Steam's doing nothing, like, they don't need to, like, innovate or change things. They just have to not wipe their whole ass with everything they've built over the last couple of decades. And so far, they've been doing a great job of not just fucking it all up. And that seems to be, like, all they do. They are doing nothing to limit competition or anything. I have to imagine at the Steam HQ, they don't even know that they're ever in a competition with other game platforms. They probably have no fucking idea about, like, what Epic Game Store does with trying to get, like, exclusives and shit in the past. Like, I doubt they even have it as a blip on their radar. Now, normally, monopolies are a really bad thing for consumers. That's typically bad news. You do not want monopolies because there's no incentive to be the best service. There's no incentive to change or improve or get better for consumers, because what's the point? There's no alternatives. And like I said, Steam is not a monopoly, but it kind of is like a de facto monopoly in the sense that pretty much everyone is choosing Steam, developer and players alike. So all the other alternative platforms, they're not exactly, you know, popping off or anything like that. They're not out there wiggling their finger in celebration with how great everything's going there compared to like a Steam or something. But Steam is the best thing for consumers right now in this market. There isn't a better alternative. So it is weird because it is a monopoly that is a monopoly because it just is the best. So people are choosing it willingly. They're not being like, you know, fucking hypnotized into it or something, or they're not being forced to because of lack of alternatives. It is just the best in the industry right now, so everyone goes to it. So it's one of the few times you'll see this kind of report where it's like, oh, this many people believe Steam is a monopoly, and you're like, oh, yeah, good. That's great news. You're right. It's so rare. Because let's take another de facto monopoly, for example, YouTube. YouTube, it's got a big time stranglehold on video sharing. There's very few alternatives to YouTube, and it's something that's been discussed, yapped about, blabbered about for so many years now, and there just isn't a real YouTube competitor. And what does YouTube do with this swamp-ass throne it finds itself on top of for videos? Well, it doesn't improve, I'll tell you that much. It's definitely not the best it can be. There has been some big-time shitification going on in recent years because where are you going to go? Where are you going? There's nowhere else besides YouTube for video sharing and all of the features that YouTube has available. There isn't a real alternative, and there's no incentive for YouTube to fix the many problems that have been plaguing the site for so long. YouTube can do horrible decision after terrible decision after awful decision till the cows come home out the wazoo, and it doesn't really affect them because there isn't real competition. The users stay because YouTube does have a de facto monopoly. And I imagine 99% of cases, if you ask somebody, do you think it's a good thing that YouTube has this, position here as a de facto monopoly, they'd say no. But then if you ask that same question to somebody about Steam, they would probably say yes. And it's not hard to see why. It's a very big distinction here, I would say. Steam got to this position by just being better than all of the other competitors. I saw a comment that kind of painted it pretty well. Steam isn't a monopoly, its competition is just incompetent. That's pretty true. It's not like Steam has ever, to my knowledge, used its position in the industry to crush the little guy trying to make a startup that's better than Steam or something. All it does is just sit there like a fucking tree. That's all it does. It's been around for so long, it innovated at the very beginning, it cracked the code on what it needed to be the best, and now all they have to do is just not fuck it up. And everyone else that tries to compete in the space just puts out a legitimately worse product, generally speaking. Like I mentioned earlier, GOG I do think offers a different kind of product still in the same space, but having like DRM-free copies for older games and stuff is a valuable service to offer, and it is something a bit different than what Steam offers. I just personally haven't had great luck with GOG recently. So anyway, yeah, I do actually kind of agree here. This survey was also conducted by what appears to be another platform that's trying to sell developers on the idea to sell with them. So the study itself is already a little weird, but the actual subject matter of Steam being a soft monopoly is an interesting topic, I think. And it is one where I'd say, yeah, Steam is kind of a soft monopoly. But what's crazy is, I don't think that's a bad thing. They are just the best in the industry for a gaming platform. They just made the best platform, and they haven't done anything, scummy and shady to prevent others from beating them. It's just all the others that compete are worse. So people just go to Steam. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Yeah, it's good. Pluribus is the latest from Vince Gilligan, and he proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that he just can't miss. He is just him. It's incredible how everything he's made, I like. More like Vince gurgling, because I am gargling and swallowing everything he puts out with a smile on my face. This man just knows how to tickle me. He is able to put out things that I just really, really enjoy. The only thing he's made that I can even think of where I had multiple complaints was El Camino, and that really did feel like it was kind of more of a paycheck as opposed to a passion project that he wanted to see through. But even that wasn't bad or anything. Anyway though, enough Gilligan glaze here, let's talk about Pluribus. I think it is such a fascinating concept that is explored beautifully. In a nutshell, I'll avoid spoilers for now, but of course I get into spoilers, so I'll give you a warning when we get there. The show is basically about an invasion, but not in the traditional sense that you're thinking of, where tiny green aliens come down, probe our butts, and suck our tits and everything. This is an invasion in the sense where everyone's mind on the planet all of a sudden joins together into a huge hive mind. After a mysterious discovery at the beginning of episode 1, and a set of circumstances that lead to a spread of some sort, everyone joins into this giant collective. And there is no longer any I, there is only we. And everyone on the planet, save for 13 survivors, are now part of that collective. And they're basically omniscient since they have the collective knowledge of all, 7 billion people except for these 13. And since they're spread out all over the planet and information hits all of them instantaneously, they can basically do and get anything like that, like magic. And the 13 survivors now inhabit this world with this not human entity that has taken over the humans, but it's like really nice. It's like super fucking polite. And we follow Carol Sturka, who is one of the 13, and she... now we're going to get into spoilers. Now it's spoilers time. Spoiler warning. She lost someone very dear to her. And she hates what's happened here because it is the death of individuality. These are not really people anymore. It's now a thing. And she doesn't like that, and she's fearful of when they eventually force her to join as well, she would lose herself. It's a really, really interesting concept, and Carol Sturka is played by Ray Seahorn, who's extremely talented. I'm sure if you've seen Better Call Saul, you already know that, but she crushes it in this role. She is alone. She is miserable. She's been through so much, and she continues to try and fight against this entity, and even tries to team up with the other survivors whom just aren't interested in it. They like this because this entity that has now joined the consciousness of all the humans on the planet is so fucking nice, so sweet. Granted, it's a big old dweeb, it's a huge twerp, basically talking to a Redditor 24/7, but it genuinely wants to make the 13 survivors happy. It will do anything they ask. It can't lie to them. It cannot hurt them. It will actually go out of its way, sacrificing people to help these survivors be happy. And even in one of the episodes, Carol's pushing them to their limits. What if I asked for an atom bomb? Would you give me that? And they're like, well, we wouldn't be happy about it, but we would. And it's just so interesting because it's understandable why the other survivors wouldn't really view this as a negative thing, because it is world peace. Nobody's getting hurt anymore. There's no dying. There's no conflict. It's complete tranquility and just infinite, sunshine and rainbows. But it's not real people anymore. It's now just this thing that has their minds and their souls. They're basically puppets, but they're very nice puppets. And the show is just so well written, which I've come to expect from Vince Gilligan's work. It is always impressive just how tight the writing is with its characters, and especially the narrative here, where even when there is something dark, a big reveal that Carol Sturka unveils about this entity, it's then able to be argued from their perspective, well, this is why we do that. We do that because X, Y, and Z. And when you hear their side of it, it's shit, that's pretty understandable. It's still hard to view them as evil bad guys, even though they are. They non-consensually did take over the entire planet's consciousness to join it together, because that's how it spreads, that's how it survives, and it believes it's a blessing. It believes it's doing everyone a favor because everyone that joins is apparently extremely happy about it. So they're viewing it as this gift, but there are things about it that are weird and sketchy and even downright unforgivable. And when those get unveiled and Carol brings it up to the other survivors or to the hive mind, they have really strong arguments for why they have to do that to survive, because not only can they not hurt the survivors, they can't hurt any living creature. They won't step on an ant. They won't swat a mosquito. They won't pick a fucking apple. So it's so fascinating watching them explore this concept, because it is a bad thing. All the people on the planet no longer have their own agency. So if one of the survivors, one of them we see, asks them hey, I want you, all fucking 20 of you women, I want you all to come over here so we can fuck. They can't say no. They have to say yes, and they willingly do so because they love the survivors so much. They say that many times, no matter what gets done to them. Even Carol does some really bad things to them that you would think they'd want to strike back or stop her from doing. They don't. They still love her. And even when they separate, it's not on bad terms, and they still will do anything to provide for her and make her happy. It's just so, I can't express enough just how interesting it is. And of course, you're constantly wondering, is there a way to fix it? And as the episodes progress, there are some breadcrumbs about like, oh, maybe there is a way to fix this. And how are they going to figure out how to do that? There's only 13 of them on the planet, and no one wants to cooperate with Carol, except for a character that finally enters the fold that we've been introduced to earlier named Manusos, who is a great fucking character. This guy is like, from the second this happened, he's immediately, nose in the books trying to figure out how to stop it. He isolates from the hive mind, the others. He doesn't talk to them, doesn't interact with them. He is just constantly trying to figure out what he can do to fix this and save the world. Eventually, he gets some tapes from Carol, and now, at the season's conclusion, they are going to team up to try and figure out how to stop this, how to fix this, and bring everybody back. Because it seems like an impossible task. Yet, there were little glimmers of hope that there is a way, and Manusos got very creative with exploring and understanding how this joining worked in the first place. And I'm so curious to see where that goes in season 2, which I just read isn't exactly right around the corner, which is a little disappointing. But anyway, I have very few complaints about this show. As you can tell, I really did enjoy it a lot. It's not a show I think everyone's going to like. It is a slow burn. A lot of this is very much spending time with Carol Sturka, processing everything and grieving what she's lost and trying to come to terms and trying to figure out how to live in this new world while also trying to fight back against them. And then also the confusion that comes with it because they are extremely nice. And none of the other survivors seem to think it's a bad thing. They view it as like the best thing that ever happened to them and the planet as a whole. So like then it gets confusing with, well, maybe she's in the wrong. And even you as the viewer, since you keep seeing how nice they are and how they're able to explain things that would ordinarily be like inexplicable, you start to wonder, well, are they even really that evil in the first place? Like, it is just really well done. I think they have crushed it. And I really like Manusos' character as well. I know I'm highlighting Carol because she is the main character, but Manusos is great. Like, I think he has been such an interesting contrast to Carol's journey, where Carol from the very beginning immediately was like cooperating with them, not because she liked them or anything, but because she was trying to understand more about them directly and try and figure out how to fight them. Manusos, completely on his own, fucking pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, dusted off his shoulder, just got to business, and anytime they even tried to interact with him, he told them to fuck right off. He would even threaten to, like, kill them. He wants nothing to do with them, and he tries his best to avoid taking things from other people, even though the people aren't there anymore. So he chooses not to. So instead of flying from Paraguay all the way to Carol, which he could do with the others, even offering it to him, saying like, hey, we can get you there in a couple of hours. He's like, nope, you can go kick rocks, eat dirt. I'm going to make this long journey and hike through extremely dangerous conditions here to do it myself. It's very cool. I like the show a lot. Like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, and I know that. Now, all this being said, I do have a pretty big complaint. Since there are so few survivors in the show, there's not a lot of opportunity for characters to be interacting with one another. Now, of course, there's a lot of individuals from the hive mind, but that's all the same character. That is one character, even though it's got a bunch of different faces. So even though Carol spends a lot of time with, Zosha from the hive mind and interacts with other characters from the hive mind, she's still interacting with just that same character. Same with all the other survivors we see interacting with the hive mind. That is still just one character. So I feel like we miss out on a lot of character interactions because it's mainly Carol and the hive mind and nobody else until Manusos gets there, and then we get to see Manusos interact with the hive mind. But again, the hive mind is one character. So instead of in Breaking Bad or something where there's a big cast of characters that you see interact pretty often, here not so much. And even from the survivor side, outside of Manusos and Carol, there's really only one other survivor that we see a handful of times, and he's just basically the pervert, this is great, I get to fuck all the time, and I get to live in Las Vegas, and everything's at my disposal, like Air Force One, yippee. Other than that, the only other survivor we see is one that is very energetic, enthusiastic about joining the hive mind, and that's it. And they don't interact. We don't see a whole lot of interaction. So that was just something that kind of left me feeling a little underwhelmed with how little we see characters themselves talk to each other, but that's also kind of the point. Carol is alone. And even with the hive mind being around, that's not really a person there. You're still alone. It's kind of like using ChatGPT as your best friend. It's there to just make you feel good and just like do what it can to keep you hooked on it. That's kind of like interacting with the hive mind in Pluribus. It is literally there to just always be your yes man and nothing else, to make you try and feel good. And that's it. So like you don't get real character interactions, so it does feel very isolating, which I think is a good thing, but also from a viewer's perspective, I just would have liked to seen more with characters interacting. And now that Manusos and Carol are like teaming up, I'm sure we will. And the little bits and pieces we got of that at the end of the season were good. I'm just hoping for more going forward, that's all. That's like my only like complaint about season 1 of Pluribus. Overall, I think it was just a great series. I highly recommend it, but I don't think everyone's going to like it. It is slow. But for me, that's not a big deal, so Pluribus I thought slapped. That's about it. See ya. Season 4 finale of Invincible just dropped. I put my peepers on it nice and early this morning. I got up real excited, and I gotta let you know I wasn't let down. I thought it was a really strong finale to a very strong season. But I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off right now. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Grip your chair right now, sports fans, because it's about to get spicy. The animation blows major ass. I don't think anyone's surprised to hear me critique that aspect of this show. And I understand, I've heard the cope about why it's so stiff and bland because of, how tight the schedule is to get it out, that kind of thing. I understand that, and not wanting to like work the animators to the bone in order to meet the deadlines. I get all of that. So then let's play ball with a little thought experiment here. What if we don't have it come out on such a strict timeline and give the animators more time to flesh it out to make it look even better? I am not someone that needs the jingling keys at all moments of a show. A lot of my favorite shows are slow burns. Invincible is not that. Every episode of Invincible, basically, has action. So when you have an action-heavy show where the action looks like action figures colliding in this weightless fucking of nothing, it's jarring and feels underwhelming, taking the wind out of the sails of a show that carries so much momentum through extraordinary writing. But since they like to have everything end in an actual physical fight, when it stands out like this, for being really not great, it just kind of sucks. Like PNGs floating around. There are multiple moments in Season 4 that are reminiscent of fucking Garu sliding down the hill in One Punch Man Season 3. And honestly, if this show wasn't so action right up in your titties at all times, I wouldn't care as much because the writing is so strong and I'm really invested in this world and this characters. But with every episode basically having fighting in it and it looks this bad, it stands out a lot and it becomes a big eye-rolling moment. And I know everyone likes to shoot spitballs and bukkake on episode 4 of this season, the one where they go to hell and it feels like filler. That is the most egregious example of it, but it's not just reserved for that. Pretty much all fights, every time they clash, looks like that, save for the key moments. And this is where it shows that they have the talent, they have the ability to make beautiful animated fights and these incredible, breathtaking sequences. They save that for like the most pivotal moments, like Conquest Round 2, the fucking remix, or Nolan and Thrag, or really just everything with Thrag getting involved there. Which I get makes sense from their budget and timeline to focus those resources there to elevate those moments because they are so important and it is a huge fight moment. But because it's used so seldomly in the season, it just lets you know what could have been if they decided to actually, maybe pump the brakes a little bit on the cutthroat release schedule and let the whole season get this treatment. It would make everything so much better, in my opinion, and I would personally be fine with a longer wait in between seasons if the entire season can look like that, or look like how it did in Season 1. I praised the animation in Season 1 right when Invincible started. I thought it was beautiful. I thought they did a great job with all of it, and apparently that took like 3 years to do, so I understand that might not be feasible, and that is a much longer wait in between seasons, but surely there's got to be a Goldilocks zone in here somewhere in the pipeline where you get great animation and a timely-ish release where it doesn't, just fucking fall into the Stranger Things category of everyone forgetting about it in between seasons. My point is, this show is an incredibly good show. I love Invincible. I think it is captivating. I think it is so fucking strong. But I am constantly let down with the animation now because it just seems to get progressively weaker. So I would just love if that could be spruced up a bit to get back to its former glory of animation quality or something at least closer to it. But anyway, I don't want to harp on that too long because I do have a very positive takeaway from this season. I was very, very entertained. As I said, I am very invested in the world and the characters, and I think Season 4 gives you so much to chew on. Because it brings in, I think, the most interesting character, which is Nolan. Omni-Man is doing everything he can to try and atone for his sins, but this show doesn't just flip the switch like, oh, he's a good guy now, so we all have to forgive him. It plays with this very complicated character and this very messy man as he's battling his own demons and trying so desperately to prove that he has changed. But with his whole family devastated by what he's done, no one can trust him and everyone's afraid of him. It is so well written that it's not just like this instant switch that gets flipped where everyone's like, okay, we love Nolan now, see how great he's doing, let's all pat Nolan on the ass, alright, let's go suck a fart out his butt, Nolan's a good guy now, yeehaw. They put him in his place, let him know what he did is fucked up and that he probably will never be able to actually get forgiveness for it. And Nolan starts to wrangle with that too and starts to accept that they're probably right. He probably won't be forgiven, but he's going to keep trying because now he knows what's right from wrong, and it's what he wants to do. It's so well delivered. I genuinely think they have done an incredible job with Nolan, and it's not like his relationship with Mark and Oliver instantly get repaired because now they're fighting in this war to eradicate the rest of the Viltrumites to save Earth and everyone they care about. They don't just instantly become, this perfect father and son relationship, but slowly and surely they do start to connect again on a human level. And I also really liked Thrag. He lived up to the hype. He is menacing, he is imposing, and he is by far the strongest character we've seen yet. We haven't even seen him so much as, feel the impact of something. Every blow that was landed on him, he allowed it to land in order to assess the strength of Mark. And at every point, he just aura farms and lets him know that this is disappointing, this is underwhelming, and they stand no fucking chance. Even Space Racer, who has, the anti-everything weapon, Thrag doesn't even blink at it. It can one-shot Viltrumites, it fucking one-shots planets, and Thrag just aura farms on top of it. He literally just Gangnam Styles on it. He doesn't care. He is that powerful. It is extremely cool. And speaking of Space Racer, let me talk about the group that the Coalition has put together. Overall, I really like everyone here. I think Alan is still a very enjoyable character. I like Space Racer. I do think they kind of have to nerf him because he's so powerful. He has the anti-everything doohickey, the gun that can just fucking wipe out the universe by itself, really, if he so chooses. So in order to, compensate for that, he kind of has to be like a moron. And he's not even stupid either, because he also, during the showdown with the remaining Viltrumites, he has, an entourage of Ragnar, which are also an anti-Viltrumite species, their claws. They're basically these tiny little fucking dinosaur lizards that can hurt Viltrumites and tear them to pieces, the only ones that can do that, really. So he brings them on, leashes and throws them at them, projectiles, which is very cool. So he's not stupid, but he doesn't utilize his gun or his motorcycle all that well. If he was just smarter and more proactive, he could probably end this entire war by himself, but he just doesn't. I still think he's very cool, but you have to kind of suspend disbelief for a moment for a guy that has a weapon that powerful. Now, another character that gets brought into this group is Tech Jacket, and she has this Galadrian technology that is very powerful, repairs itself, is able to keep up with everyone. But I gotta tell you, she doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, what she does do is important, like where she hides herself and Alan on the Viltrumite ship. Like, that obviously is big, but like in a fight, all she does is just shoot beams, right? Like, she shoots like these meaningless beams that don't do anything, and they just mosquito bites basically the Viltrumites, and then she runs away. But she's able to like tank some hits from the Viltrumites, which is impressive, but I don't think she brings a whole lot as of right now. During the skirmish with the Viltrumites, she did have like the Surlock poison where it does make them vulnerable, so she was shooting that, which is helpful. But I feel like any character could have done that because it's basically a fucking blow dart of poison. It wasn't really something Tech Jacket brought to the table as like something only Tech Jacket could do. So right now I'm not really sold on Tech Jacket being like a instrumental component of this group that's going to be so important in ultimately winning this battle against the remaining Viltrumites. I was a little underwhelmed there, but I don't think she's a bad character. I just don't think she had a lot to do here, but maybe that changes in the next, season, couple seasons, whatever it looks like. Oliver in this season also gets a lot to do. He starts to bond with Nolan while Mark is healing from the Conquest rematch. And I think they did a good job of exploring that relationship because Oliver overheard his father saying that he never cared about, his mother or anything like that. It was an accident, it shouldn't have happened, that kind of thing. So Oliver now feels like, his father doesn't even fucking respect him, doesn't want him, doesn't care about him, not in the same way as Mark. And that's another really complex theme that they start to tackle, and they do so gradually. So when it does ultimately end with Oliver and Nolan getting closer over the course of a few months, it makes sense. And I thought it was well executed. Oliver, though, it seems like he is constantly just sidelined during the big fights where he overestimates his own abilities, which I think makes sense for the character. They've established that, but it always ends with him just getting basically KO'd. So he attacks Thrag right away, and Thrag just fucking ragdolls him, rips his arm off, and fucks him up, and then he ends up, decommissioned for many, many months, and when the season ends, he is still recovering, but he's not dead. That just seems to keep happening to him. Like, that seems to be his major role, is like, fuck, Oliver just got blasted again, shit, alright. It'll be a few months before we hear from him again. But, I'm assuming he'll get stronger and evolve more. Now let's talk about the star of the show, Mark. Invincible goes through hell in this season, even more so than the previous seasons, I would say. His whole life is constantly just fucking agony. It is incredible the amount of suffering he goes through. So obviously the Conquest rematch ends with him getting his fucking intestines spilled, and he's unconscious and recovering over the course of many months on this strange world. He's away from Eve, the love of his life. He's away from his home planet. He's away from his mother. He's with his father, who, very complicated relationship, understandably. And it's just misery. And even when he does finally recover, then he has to go throw down with Thrag, and Thrag blasts Nolan right in front of Mark. Mark thinks his father is dead, and then it's Mark's turn on the chopping block in the Thrag Thunderdome. He gets knocked out, unconscious. He's getting his eyes gouged out, but then Thrag shows mercy because of how few of them are left. When Mark awakes yet again after this period of needing to rest and recuperate, then he goes back to Earth thinking that the Viltrumites are there, and he is suffering from PTSD. He is constantly seeing Thrag kill people around him, but it's all in his head until the very end, which I thought this was an incredibly powerful moment. He goes for just a casual flight to clear his mind, and then he does run into Thrag. The Viltrumites are there, and Thrag reveals to him that he has a choice to make. Mark can either let the Viltrumites on his planet continue to try and rebuild their civilization through breeding with humans, which has been proven to work, thanks to Nolan, or it can be mutually assured destruction for both their species, because Thrag and the remaining 37 Viltrumites will blow up the whole planet, killing everyone there, and it will spell doom for humans and Viltrumites alike. And that is an incredibly tough thing that Mark has to battle with there. And I think it's done so well. Mark ultimately realizes that the only way is to just agree to the terms. So he does. I thought that was so fucking good. Everything they did with Mark in this season I thought was great. Even when Mark comes home, he learns about what Eve went through when he was gone, thinking that he might be dead, and how she is now pregnant and Mark's not there. So she reaches the incredibly difficult decision to have an abortion. And it's something that now Mark and Eve are now dealing with and feeling the weight of a decision of this magnitude. Season 4 really, I thought, did an incredible job of building every character and getting them to a point where you genuinely care where it goes next. And they tackle some very deep themes, and I think they do a great job with the writing. But like I said, my big complaint is the animation. If this wasn't a show that had so much action at every step of the way, I wouldn't care as much, because it would solely be, this incredible story with this incredible writing and these great characters that I care about. But because there is always a fight that happens in basically every episode, it stands out when it looks this bad. I'm sorry to say it, but it does. So I just really, really hope that maybe in the next season we can take more time here, give the animators more time to really cook it and let it breathe. Let them finally craft the fights like they did in season 1 or in the Adam Eve special. Just getting to something of that quality again would do wonders for the show, especially where it currently is. So anyway, I really liked season 4 of Invincible. I thought it was extremely strong. I would just really like to see more in terms of the animation. And I think that means giving the animators more time. I recognize that maybe that's not a sentiment shared by everyone. They just want to go, go, go. Please just keep feeding it no matter what. I would like to let them really, flex their talent here and show what they can deliver in terms of animation. Because you can see it sometimes throughout the series, like when the Mark vs. Conquest again, or Thrag, there are some really great animated moments. I would like to see the entire season have great animation, as opposed to just a couple of small pieces of it. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah, I want to highlight a hero, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. I'm not using that loosey-goosey as like a meme or a joke. Local Redditor posts Big Chungus under Ubisoft tweet, what a hero. I mean a legitimate, selfless act of bravery that led to lives being saved. It's a story that I feel flew under a lot of people's radars, but I think this kind of selfless heroism needs to be something that's applauded and talked about extensively, because this is rare and it is special. In Oklahoma this week, a principal named Kirk Moore tackled a school shooter and in the process got himself shot.
Heart-stopping video shows a heroic Oklahoma high school principal tackling a Columbine-obsessed ex-student moments after allegedly being shot. 60-year-old Kirk Moore charged at 20-year-old Victor Lee Hawkins, who was armed with 2 loaded semi-automatic pistols, in the lobby of Pauls Valley High School last Tuesday afternoon, a moment that was caught on surveillance footage.
A beautiful tackle from Principal Moore right there, putting it on the numbers, looking like Derek Brooks in his prime. I feel like he was even fishing for a pseudo Goldberg spear there for a moment, and it was extremely effective. So Principal Moore investigated the commotion that he heard, saw the gunman, and instantly sprung into action, putting his life on the line to protect the students. So he charged at him, was able to tackle him to the bench, and then pin his hand until he was eventually able to disarm him. And in the process, he did get shot. But this act of bravery saved who knows how many lives, because this shooter was inspired by Columbine and intending to kill who knows how many people.
Moore, who was the only person injured as Hawkins opened fire inside the school, was hailed for his bravery and preventing a tragedy of a much larger scale. Hawkins allegedly told investigators he didn't like Principal Moore and went to school to kill him. He ordered everyone to get onto the ground before trying to fire at one student in the lobby, court documents reportedly revealed. The crazed gunman's weapon malfunctioned before he aimed his pistol at another student, who begged him not to open fire.
So according to the reports, the deranged gunman came in, ordered the students onto the ground, and attempted to shoot one of them, but the gun malfunctioned. He then cleared the malfunction, and it is at that moment where Principal Moore charged at him and then got shot in the process. Now, he said that he didn't like the principal, he was no fan of Principal Moore and wanted to kill him, but it wasn't just him that he was there to execute. He wasn't there on like an assassination mission just for the principal. What he wanted to do was conduct his own Columbine mass school shooting. He admitted to going to the school with 2 firearms which belonged to his father and said his intention was to kill students, faculty members, Moore, and himself.
Moore, who has worked in the school district for more than 35 years, rushed to the school lobby to investigate the commotion. Hawkins was seen pointing his weapon at Moore's head and firing a shot, which struck the educator's right leg before he was tackled. The principal shoved the gunman toward a bench before getting on top of him, while the terrified student fled. Moore pinned down Hawkins' right hand, stopping him from firing his pistol before the weapon dropped onto the floor. Another adult male wearing a red shirt and beige pants sprinted into the shot before helping Moore and kicking the gun away.
You can see the gun was pointed directly at Principal Moore's noggin. It is a miracle that it missed and hit his leg instead, because that easily could have just been curtains right then and there. But the heavy balls on Principal Moore could anchor a cruise ship. Holy cannoli. So he charges at him, again, putting his life on the line to protect the students there. Tackles him to that bench, and then he uses like fucking Viltrumite level strength to pin him there. The way he like grabs his skull, I thought he was going to pop it like a scene out of Invincible or something right there. He's got him like fully immobilized there with his grip strength, and then squeezes his arm until he eventually drops the gun.
Hawkins has been charged with shooting with intent to kill and other firearm-related charges and will appear in court on May 8th. Meanwhile, Moore said he's healthy and recovering after being hospitalized.
In every sense of the word, Principal Moore is a hero. Who knows how many lives he saved that day? And he did so while putting his own life on the line to protect them. That is the most commendable action a human being can take. He exemplified true, selfless bravery in the interest of protecting others. And in the process, he did get shot, and he made a pretty fast recovery. He actually even went to the prom that happened last night, where the students crowned him prom king, appreciative of his willingness to put his life on the line to protect them. It was an extremely wholesome moment, really. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit, and that's really about it. See ya. Yeah, I saw the Ashes of Creation stuff. Archive sent it to me. This has been a crazy disaster that just keeps on getting messier and more pathetic. What happened with Ashes of Creation? Like in general? You don't know the story, or do you mean what the new stuff is? Because here, we'll just read the article just in case people don't know the lore. Ashes of Creation, though, in a nutshell, massively successful Kickstarter campaign, and then out of nowhere in a very public blow-up got taken down, like 4 or 5 months ago? They're like, all right, we're done here. No more Ashes of Creation after raising $3.2 million. Okay, so it was removed from Steam in February. Wow. I didn't remember being that. I thought it was a lot longer, but whatever. I thought it was a lot earlier. Watch like the first 20 seconds of the video in that article. It's insane how much money they spent on bullshit. Down here. Yeah, we'll get to it in a minute. The ensuing back and forth between former CEO Stephen Sheriff and the studio's board has made the veracity of both sides' claims difficult to verify, but following an extremely detailed report published by YouTube channel Nefas QS on April 11th, there are now more allegations flying around about how the project's funds were managed. The news report claims to have obtained and processed the entire Intrepid Studios general ledger from 2015 to 2026, which they state paints a troubling picture of a company that was on the threshold of financial death at multiple points in its history. And then it talks about the new allegations here about the lavish lifestyle. So here we go. So basically, using funds for nefarious purposes outside of making the game that they were supposed to deliver and following through on the promises.
$21,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash, $8,700.
$220,000 for DoorDash. That's diabolical. What is he ordering through DoorDash? How is that possible?
$1,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash.
$220,000 for DoorDash doesn't even make sense. You'd have to be eating like every hour. Man's out here DoorDashing caviar and shit every hour on the hour. DoorDashing gold bars to my house. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that's possible. I didn't see that figure. I saw like the TCG stuff where he wasted $48,000 on trading cards and shit. And then the private chef. Why is he getting a private chef for $21K when he's still DoorDashing $220K worth of food? Is all this guy does eat? That's all he is? He's just like fucking gluttonously consuming? Just like this filthy, gluttonous man? Like Nurgle or something? Like, this is crazy. How is that possible? How does an appetite like that even exist? Because keep in mind, this is $220,000 in a relatively small period of time. This isn't over the course of like 40 years. Wow. Wow.
$8,700 for office plants, almost $16,000 for the movie theater.
What? $16,000 for the movie theater? I go to a movie every single week and I haven't spent anywhere near $16,000 in the entire time I've done like the moist meter and shit. How? What does he do? This can't be right. He would have to be seeing every single movie that's ever released for the last like 5 years in Dolby and IMAX. I don't get it. That's mostly food. Oh, true, yeah. Maybe he spends $16,000 at the theaters, not on tickets, but on concessions. That's a good point. Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. All the limited edition popcorn buckets, you're right. Didn't even think of that. How silly of me. The guy who DoorDashes $250,000 worth of food is definitely finding other ways of wasting even more money on food at movie theaters. Holy.
$95,000 for Amazon orders, 3.5.
What was that? So, let me just full screen that because it's getting because it's
Yeah.
getting blocked by the embedding.
$8 million for the almost $16,220 for the movie theater, $595,000 for Amazon orders, $3.5 million for Amazon Web Services, $1.48 million for the American Express credit card, $3.9 million for multiple Chase credit cards, $102,000 for Epic Games, $21,000.
Say that one more time.
Multiple Chase credit cards, $102,000 for Epic Games.
$102,000 for Epic Games? Like, what does that mean? Like using their engine or their service or something? Or is he actually spending $102,000 on the Epic Games Store? I don't even think they have that many games on there that could even warrant that amount of spending. If you bought every game Epic Games has, I don't think you would spend $100K. Oh, V-Bucks. I didn't even think of V-Bucks! Son of a bitch! Oh, you're right. I didn't even consider that. How accurate are these numbers? Well, according to the article, he got a hold of like their entire financial ledger from 2015 to 2026. So I think it's probably pretty accurate. I don't know. And even before this video, there were allegations of like really crazy spending and mismanagement. So like it's entirely believable. It's not confirmed per se, but I could see it. Oh, I spoiled one of them. He spent $421 at a luxury cigar retailer. That's kind of cool. Okay. Oh, I'm getting spoilers now. Arguably one of the more serious allegations in the general ledger concerns a company named Gore Oil, which states he received $81K. Gore Oil Company was the deed owner of Sheriff and Moore's San Diego mansion, which was sold to the couple on April 11, 2020 for $4.9 million. Sheriff, who was continuing to litigate these matters in court, told Kotaku there was no misappropriation of Kickstarter funds whatsoever, and that any assertions regarding a lavish lifestyle or personal misuses of company funds were categorically false. An examination of the facts through the judicial process has already revealed that the parties behind these claims orchestrated an unlawful foreclosure to take control of Intrepid's assets from the people who built Ashes of Creation, with the intent to exploit those assets for their own benefit, Sheriff said. Since the new video went live, someone has been trying to make it go away. Someone already filed a privacy complaint against the video. Just a heads up, we will be disputing it. He wrote in the comments. Someone also reported my Reddit account from a community subreddit to the admins. Huh. So interesting. I am so beyond curious if these are accurate.
$21,000 for Magic the Gathering cards, $2,200 for hot dogs, $4,200 for luxury aromas, $6,600 for Steam games, and
How do you only spend 6K on Steam versus 100K on Epic? This guy's actually a madman. This guy is clinically insane. He needs to be institutionalized. I don't even care about the $2,000 that he blew on glizzies. Don't care. Shoving them up his butt, throwing them in the trash. It's a lot of money to be spending on glizzies, but that is not nearly as offensive to me as spending 6K on Steam versus 100K on the Epic Game Store. How? How? Bro is saving up to buy Tung Sohor in Fortnite.
$49 million for office rent.
Listen, someone's stomach, child stomach just growled.
Classic,
Did you hear
classic.
It? Gotta listen like me. Rent is too damn high.
Those are just some of the numbers you'll be able to look at both yourself in this video and the general ledger covering over a decade of monetary transactions I'm making publicly accessible.
Ooh. You can check the ledger yourself? That adds another air of credibility to it, I would say. Wow, I have got to see how this shakes out if this is all true. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I only read, like, the article, so I missed some of these up here in the beginning. I didn't watch the video. Yeah, the whole Ashes of Creation story is a crazy one. We talked about it when it first happened, when it first got taken down, and all of the wackiness. Don't worry, your money was spent on a glizzy. That's true. You were probably part of his hot dog fund. That was one of your backer rewards. Sheriff eats a hot dog in your honor. I don't know, man. It is very interesting that this is now publicly accessible. He's made the ledger public. It could still be bogus. It could still be incorrect data. I have no idea. I have got to see where this goes next. I am still so stunned on this right here.
$595,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash.
Can't get over that. I can't get over that. $220K for DoorDash. That's like that Wayfair shit back in the day where people thought they were trafficking children through the Wayfair prices because some of the furniture made no sense that people were paying or something, whatever that was. Now I kind of already forgot the details. That's like that kind of shit. Isn't it across 10 years? Yeah, I believe it's across 10 years. That's still an unfathomable amount of money. And again, 10 years is a relatively small period of time to rack up $220K in DoorDash orders. In fact, how long has DoorDash been, like, mainstream? I don't even know if it's been around, like, in a big way for a decade. Let's see. When was DoorDash launch? 2013 is when it launched, so let's safely assume that it was big in 2016. That's still crazy. I feel like most of these, though, like DoorDash, Uber Eats and stuff, really popped off around, like, COVID era, though. Like, that's when I imagine most of the spending would have been for them. Is Uber Eats healthy? Brother, what? It depends on what you're Uber Eatsing. It's entirely up to you. Uber doesn't decide what it's sending you. I think it was 5 or 6 years ago now, we did an Oreo tier list. It was like 12 Oreos. All of them were S tier. We were like, this is trash. Not posting this worthless tier list. So now we're revamping it with what appears to be like fucking 60 flavors of Oreo.
Yeah, this is everything under the sun.
Including from Japan exclusive Oreos. So yeah, now we're doing it big. Surely we're gonna find some stinkers. I should have worn my Oreo sweater for this, actually.
We do have an Oreo outfit if you'd like. I thought you would wear your Oreo sweater.
Yeah, I completely forgot to put that puppy on.
The outfit we have in there is just an Oreo, like you would just be an Oreo.
I'll pass.
Yeah,
Let's just eat some Oreos, I think, then.
Yeah, and I have an idea that none of these will be below A tier for the most part. But
Oreos are just so good.
They're incredible.
Like, you
And
can't fuck them up.
The world needs it this time. We can't bury it again.
Let's start with is that the classics right
This
there?
is the classic.
Alright, just start with
Party
classic.
size. Let's jump right in. And so what do you want to do? Like, we eat it. Do you want to rank it out of 10? And we can start being like, the 10s are here, the 9s are here. Like, what are you thinking?
Yeah. Well, classic Oreo is not going to be the best. It's just a really good baseline. It's just so good. Just chocolate, cookie, cream in the middle.
Incredible.
Wow.
Here, Chase, can you come grab this from me real quick?
What a beautiful outfit.
Whoa.
I literally was like, I'm not going to eat the whole cookie.
I am 1,000% going to get sick.
I think there's a method here. We had plain. Let's move to double stuffed and see if double stuffed is better than plain.
Oh, and just keep knocking them down.
Yeah.
Oh, that's smart.
So it's semi-bracket style. It's the best one is now ranked against the next one.
Yeah. More cream, what a dream.
Here's a philosophical Oreo question. Is there ever is too much cream in the middle possible for you guys?
We're about to answer that for you.
Mega stuff.
Mega stuff. And then I think that's a very good, if you're good boys and girls and you stay till the end, we'll add more and more cream until we find too much cream. Alright, so double stuff better than OG?
Oh, for sure. Look at the chunk on
what
that.
What machine even makes this puppy?
That was a.
Oh!
Did you guys see that? That was a natural pog face from Matt. Like full natty pog face.
It's not natural. It's muscle memory. I've been working on it. Look at that cream.
Oh.
Are you a green boy?
Oh, that's so good. That's a perfect ratio of cream to cookie.
I'm actually more in the double stuff category.
You're crazy.
Now I have to figure out how we break ties.
I think there's so much cream it kind of coats my mouth with a film, which I feel like you like the film and I don't.
Goddamn
so
right.
let's keep these both here. Where you want to go? I mean, we can stay in the OGs with like gluten-free.
Sure, that's not going to beat anything, but sure.
You never know.
Have you tried it before?
Oh, they just look different. They look more like Hydrox.
There's like no cream in this one at all. It's devoid of cream.
Well, that's the gluten.
Not bad.
Not bad, just
it's
boring.
just not nearly as good. What all Oreos are
vegan.
Vegan, that's right.
All villains are lemon. Or everything.
And do you want to say all thins? Like, is that all one category?
No, we can just keep bouncing around.
All right, give me just Oreo thins.
I've never even heard of these.
Oh, right here.
Oh. Are these new?
No, I just don't think I have ever bought them ever.
I don't know anyone who ever has because I've never even heard the name.
How do you eat this without eating the whole thing? It's like an Oreo for ants.
Better than I thought. It's like an Oreo chip.
It is. It's like I turned it into a cracker.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's good.
That's very good.
Doesn't beat Mega Stuff for me, but that's pretty good.
I agree. It's far above where I thought it would have been in my head.
That's one of those things you put in the fucking lunchbox, and you just, it's a nice treat.
That is.
You
would
could
never
also
put
just put
Oreos in a lunchbox.
Thinking on it now, you could also just put Mega Stuffed Oreos there too.
All right, let's blow the fucking lid off this joint. Apple pie Oreos.
I might actually hate that.
I've never had them. I do find that some of the flavors get a little chemically.
Oh wow, this looks fascinating.
It does.
I think I can smell them from here.
It looks crumbly.
It looks not good. Can't doubt Oreo, that's good.
They taste like apple pie.
They do.
I know that's what they told me it would taste like, but wow. Like more than you would expect it to taste like apple pie. That's impressive.
That's good.
I would not reach for this over a normal Oreo.
Oh, I absolutely wouldn't either. But
very impressive.
If you have like a cream allergy, Well, you probably still wouldn't get those now that I think
You have a
about
cream
it.
allergy and would like that to flare up apple pie flavor.
What's the one right in front of it?
This?
Yeah, is that a pancake
This
or a
is
waffle?
maple cream Oreo, otherwise known as crème à l'érable. They use real Quebec maple syrup. That's why it's in French.
Is this
Quebecois?
Is this an American Oreo?
It's got to be Canadian
Yeah, it's gotta
because
be
look
Canadian.
at the logo up there. It's Christie.
Oh yeah, this is definitely not American.
Very maple smelling. Whoa.
I do not like that. We found an Oreo I don't like that much.
I don't hate it. It's kind of not even an Oreo at that point.
No, it's not. You know what it reminds me of is like a liquid medicine kind of like
Interesting.
very very tart.
You may have gotten a bad one. Mine didn't have tart in it.
Oh, well, I didn't like it. I don't want another one.
I
didn't like it.
At the end of the day, it comes nowhere near the OGs.
No, maybe I'm not a Quebec maple syrup guy.
Whoa, hey, those are fighting words.
That's
Holy
crazy.
shit.
I don't know.
Maybe you're not a Quebec guy.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. You know how much I love Quebec.
You talk about it all the time.
Let's hit a cakester since it's just right in front of me.
Also, I just realized Java Chip's up here twice.
I've never had an Oreo cakester, so this is a double chocolate cake with chocolate flavor cream.
I don't think I'm gonna like this.
I don't think I'm gonna like
it says
this
on the
either.
side, have your cake and cookie too.
No.
Nope. The hubris got the better of them. We're Oreo. We can make cake.
Yeah.
Make cookies.
I feel like the Oreo cakesters came around in the era of like the Twinkies and Ho-Hos and like the
trying
zebra
to keep
cakes
that.
and like because it kind of has the same
It's
vibe.
very similar to that.
Yeah.
It's not a good cake, not a good cookie.
Yeah.
It's just there.
Yeah. Very little Debbie's. What do you want?
Do you think we need golden and golden double stuff? I would say.
Goddamn right. I love the Goldens. These are great.
I like the Goldens too.
These
I'm shocked I didn't like the
are the epitome to me of like I see it on the shelf, I never would buy it. However,
Yeah.
I have one and I'm like, why do I never buy this
Yeah, like
one?
they're good. They're very
That's
good.
a really good way of describing
Yeah.
it.
I personally enjoy my life and my head being on my body, so there's no world in which I'll put these over OG Oreos. I think people would pull pitchforks out of the closet.
I wouldn't put them over OG either, but they're like right behind it.
They're really, really good. I do agree though. You go to a party, somebody puts out a sleeve of golden Oreos, you're like, oh hell yeah.
Yeah, this guy got it. He gets it.
That's never happened in my life. Better.
Mm-hmm.
I really think double stuff is my perfect level.
They need the colossal or the mega
The
stuff.
mega.
Oh, you're gonna Frankenstein a fucking fatty for me.
Would you consider that? Oh, that's looking like
That's,
mega.
that's mega stuff if I've ever
mega.
seen it. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, we're not even halfway through.
Mm-mm.
The audience is fucking cheering. Yes, we get more. Toffee Crunch flavor cream.
Does anyone in the world like toffee?
I'm a toffee fan.
Really?
I was about
Like
to say if you're
Heath
over the
bars?
age of 60.
Smell that. They've
Oh.
got a stench.
Oh my god. That's
Because
a,
what you're looking for from your Oreos normally.
that's a retirement home right there.
This is what I was talking about, where they can get chemically with some of these flavors. Like, smell this, Danny. Get that camera in here.
Actual
no,
dog
we'll
shit.
come smell it.
Actual dog shit.
Oh, I gotta say, I don't think it smells bad, but there is the hint of like that. There, it tingles just too much to be natural.
Yeah, and that is how I would say it tastes.
Gross. That's terrible.
Yeah, I don't like that.
They need to discontinue that one,
To the
ASAP.
floor with you.
Yep. Did we get the Post Malone Oreos were discontinued, right?
Yeah.
Those were like Matt looked it up there like 3 years ago.
It was actually, you were like, everybody's talking about these. We need this one. And I looked it up and it's like, they have not been available for years.
That's why everyone's talking about it. They miss it so much.
You guys remember that? All right, let's go left field. Oreo Thins Lemon.
Ooh.
Hot take. I think I'm going to like these. I like lemon cookies. Really, it's so cute.
Better than I thought it'd be.
I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I like that a lot.
That is pretty good. No way it beats Mega Stuff though, right?
No.
Okay,
It's
just
not
double
going
check.
to-
I have a feeling I know how this video is gonna go.
I'll give you a spoiler because I know there's one on this table.
Oh.
I will kill for over those.
No way.
You want to just do it right now?
Should we do them so we know if it's gonna work?
Somebody opened it and ate an entire sleeve out of the middle over the past month. I don't know who did that.
What a fucking
Which ones are these, Matt?
Peanut butter Oreos. You get those, you dip them in some milk.
I'm not a big peanut butter guy.
No, this is gonna be terrible.
Yep. To me, that's very mid.
I will say, eating them all back to back, I'm very torn because I love this as a cookie. Like, you're not eating an Oreo when you're eating this, but God, I love these.
There's one at this table that I would pick over normal Oreos.
Which
every
one?
time.
Let's get it.
That's the white fudge covered. Those are
he
the winter.
hasn't
Those
shut
are
up
the
about
winter. Like every December, you can find them in stores. I'm a white chocolate fan.
Well, that's why that's your nickname.
Yep.
This was so easily the number one in my head until I ate it right behind real Oreos, and it's like...
Because that's like a perfected cookie.
I'm still on the double stuffed train, but the Oreo itself might be a perfected cookie. Let me know if this blows your socks off.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't hate it.
Once again, eating back to back, I think it loses the Oreo.
I'm not a big white chocolate guy, but this is like a very decent white chocolate thing.
I can't take another bite. I was about to.
I just did.
Very good.
So all of our heavy hitters aren't doing it. Maybe there's a shot. Someone's got to shock us.
Hold on, Danny, eat one of those.
Yeah,
after.
eat one.
Oh, he hasn't had
I
it.
haven't had
Wait.
Yeah, it's okay. I won't eat it. I won't eat it.
Oreo bite
hold on.
So I gotta do I gotta hit the back to back the 2 times.
You know, maybe we should have saved the OGs for the end of the video.
Maybe. Yeah, because it's not even close right now.
Also, the mega stuff is carrying this. Like, I'm with Charlie.
Oh, yeah.
You could put 2 of these together and it still might not be enough cream for
See,
me.
I like the chocolate cookie in there too. You're liking cream, not cookies.
No.
I will acknowledge that every day.
All right,
but it's also
fair.
a perfect marriage of cookie and cream. It's a symbiotic, healthy relationship.
This is the problem.
I
like
just
a
love
50,
the white chocolate.
I like a
That's my thing.
50-50 relationship. You know, we're even. But you know what? Maybe they took the good juice and put it in the Reese's peanut butter.
Whoa! What's the difference?
Reese's peanut buttery cream with Oreo cookie crumbs versus peanut butter flavored cream. I don't know.
It's just a collaboration.
Yeah.
I might like that more than the other one.
I might too. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
What's the change? What's the change?
It tastes like a Reese's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly like a Reese's.
Don't do them that.
This is cookie dough?
This is cookie dough.
This doesn't look very good.
I would say that's the worst one. I like that even less than toffee somehow.
I still hate toffee more, but this was fucking terrible.
I did not enjoy that one bit.
Yeah.
I always wonder when they're doing QA and they eat an Oreo and then they eat the new flavor, how does this ever make it out of that room?
There's got to be a couple people that, well, here.
I was gonna say I'm sure there are people who like that flavor.
Because it's either actual cookie dough, like in Ben and Jerry's ice cream, or it's like artificial flavored cookie dough that's in like the Pop Tarts. Yeah.
You're allowed to like it, Aaron.
No, it's not. Oh, it gets worse the more the flavor comes in.
Yeah, that's artificial cookie dough
Yeah.
flavor.
It's fresh.
This one's the
minty
fresh.
fresh.
Mint peppermint.
Mint peppermint?
Yep.
Are you a mint ice cream kind of guy?
I don't dislike mint ice cream.
I like that.
This is good.
I like that one.
That is good. They need to double stuff that though.
I got you.
They have thinned it.
Oh, they thinned it.
They thinned it.
They went the wrong direction.
They don't know what the people want. Tell me if you think that's better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Should we be doing our top 3? Is that more interesting than just the winner?
Probably.
All right.
That mint.
Just keep it. You remember, set aside the other good ones.
I've got
That way you
some
can talk
around
about
the
it.
podium that we've liked.
A nice
Not as good as the big one.
Nope. Just a nice little cracker though.
No. They really are just so crispy. You want to just get this out of the way?
The hell is that?
Oreo cakes are golden.
Yeah, might as well.
I think this one has a chance of being better because it's the white cream. It's not the chocolate cream.
That's true. But some of these things add to the tummy ache, and you know they're not even worth it.
It's so true.
Tummy aches.
Oh.
You think a dog ever wakes up and is like, oh, my tummy feels bad today? Probably.
Yeah, and then they puke on the floor.
I did not like the Cakester personally.
Yeah, there hasn't been a Cakester I've liked yet out of the two we've had.
Not worth it at all.
All right, continue.
That dummy egg's coming in.
It's starting to hit.
Why don't we dive into the Japanese box?
Yeah.
How about this?
That looks cool.
Strawberry. Notice how they give you less and not 3 massive sleeves.
That's weird they do that. Is this a strawberry?
Mm-hmm.
That's pleasant.
The cookie's different.
The cookie is
It's
very
probably
different.
way less sugary, if I do imagine.
You're 1000% correct.
Yeah. Everything's different about that. It's good.
Ooh, the aftertaste not so much.
I was just about to say the strawberry sits in your teeth and it's a little punchy in there.
Oh, wow.
Mm-mm. No bueno.
Oh, why did it do that?
Not only why, how? How did it do that? Because that felt like magic. Dirt cake.
I like how our taste buds are so fucking poor and primitive that healthier food is now just revolting.
Well, we don't know. Maybe there was too much sugar in that one.
I think that's true.
Sure, it tasted like there was a lot less sugar.
What's this one?
Dirt cake. A good old American dirt cake Oreo. There's gummy worm bits on the top.
Oh yeah, there is in there. Oh, I'm getting sick.
Same. I'm feeling gross. I didn't love that.
No, it's not very good.
And the tummy ache's setting in, and I'm gonna be harsher on everything because I don't like it anymore.
Yeah, now it's not fun.
Chocolate cream. I already know I don't like it. Let's hurt ourselves.
Your guys' job is so hard.
It is, dude.
Anybody who says this isn't the hardest job in the world is wrong.
Yeah, it's like firefighters. You know what I'll tell you? I expected that to be a lot worse.
I did too. I felt the same way. It's not broaching the top 3.
I wouldn't take it over the ones we like.
Yeah, but I didn't go yuck.
Okay, I have a strategy here. You guys are clearly, you're waning in your like of Oreos.
Yeah.
Single out the ones you think could beat Mega Stuff now before you genuinely don't want to put anything in your mouth.
Lemon.
Loaded.
The hell is loaded?
We're gonna find out. Let's dig into these two. I'm gonna take that quick before it reaches.
That was that was a crazy one.
These are great.
They're really good.
So I have a question for you.
Are we coming up anywhere near rivaling any of our top 3?
This could sneak in the top 3 for me. I don't know about you.
My third was mint, right?
Third was mint.
It wouldn't beat the Mega or the Golden.
Yeah.
It might beat mint for me.
Yeah, I was going to say the only one it could rival is the mint. Yeah. It would have to be a head-to-head, and I'm not willing to take a bite of each.
Well, the good news is you make the decision.
Yeah,
So
let's leave this here. We'll come back at the end. It's an end game decision.
Yeah, it's end game.
I see if Oreo. So this is just with real Oreo cookie crumbs in the middle.
Oreos.
Why?
Oh
wow,
that one was kind of wet.
That was really
Yeah,
wet.
that had a passenger in there.
Oh wait, look at that stuffing.
I know. I was just about to say that's Mega stuffed if I've ever seen it.
That had a passenger.
That's good. That's very good.
Why does that make it better? Is that just an Oreo? Is that why I like it?
Yeah, I think it's just. I think it's just a natural Oreo that they sprinkled some of the cookie into the cream on.
Here's the thing: they sprinkled cookie in. So if it's Mega stuff, you have to dial the percentage down because there's cookie crumb in there.
So it's back to double stuffed.
It's more like right between double and Mega. It's
the stepping stone.
A little more than double, a little less than Mega.
The missing link.
Would you put that above double? Because it's got more cream.
I don't know. Because we're divulging into theory. We don't know.
It's just an Oreo.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want this. I don't want
What
this.
is that?
It's the chocolate covered, but it's fudge instead of white.
Ow!
I don't.
These are getting dangerous.
That's his body responding to seeing them being unpackaged.
No, please. This inside out guy in his head doing the lever.
Yeah, it's just a much worse version of the one Danny likes.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why I singled Danny out. I like them too.
We're gonna move into Oreo straws. They're slimmer. They'll feel better on our tummies.
This is like halftime.
Yes, this is our reprieve. I'm opening it. Get ready to burp.
I'm ready.
Now you spilled cookie all over me.
Don't like that.
It's the same strawberry cream with that weird punchy flavor.
Don't like that.
Hey, but is that one American or is that also Japanese?
No, I think this is Japanese.
Oh.
Maybe? This one is back to Canada.
Okay.
This is Christie Cinnamon Bun Brioche à la Cannelle.
Oh, okay.
Cinnamon cookie.
Oh, it's real stuff.
Mm-hmm. Make it stop. I like that.
That is good. Not beating any of the good ones.
It's not getting into the top 3.
No, that's good.
But it's good. Blew my expectations out of the water. Oh man, I'd love pull up a graph of our energy that we're tracking with our fucking whoop.
This is a very interesting study on diminishing returns.
I don't know how kids eat like this.
I don't think they do.
They do.
When's the last time you saw a kid with 25 Oreos?
What is this one?
Oh, smell it. You're gonna hate it.
Java chip?
This is gonna be his least
Java
favorite.
chip. That smells
super
awful.
coffee-ish.
That smells awful.
But it's like coffee chemical.
Oh, it's not as bad as I thought.
My bites have gotten smaller and smaller.
Me too.
Oh, I like the little crunchies in there. Not getting the top 3.
No, definitely not the top 3.
Let's eat birthday cake.
Birthday
Oh, it
cake.
just sounds sweet.
Birthday cake. Oh yeah.
You feel like it's your birthday?
Uh-huh.
You know, it is Drew's birthday today.
Is it?
Yeah, it
He
is Drew's
missed-
birthday
we
today.
planned this whole thing for him and he didn't even show up. Is it even worth me eating?
Oh, no, it's not very good. I actually like the last one more than that.
We should have gotten spit jars.
We actually should have done that whole layout. It would have been a big play.
Impressive how much they made it taste like cake icing.
Yeah.
I don't like it, and I am in pain. All right, grape and peach.
Oh my god, what?
Grape and peach.
No.
You might be thinking, oh, there's a grape cookie and a peach cookie. Nah.
They come together?
They come to. Oh wait. Oh no, they come together.
Fuck.
Oh no.
What?
Smell it. That just smells like grape candy.
I legit can smell it from here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's potent. You want one?
This is kind of like if they made that strawberry one grape.
Did you get both flavors?
I did. The grape really wins the fight.
My
Spit it onto
I
the
did.
table.
my
Well,
take
on
is
the
you
Oreo.
have to do a grape bite, a peach bite, and then both together and see which is like what's the best one.
That's a good idea. That way
Yeah.
we can really make sure to get as much
I'm gonna
Oreos
tell
as
you
possible.
what. Neither is good. You know what's weird? Yeah, I don't- let's just fucking open it. This one's got a smiling face on it.
Oh, that's nice.
I want to smile. This is birthday cake flavor again from a different country. My body's rejecting it. I thought about eating it and my brain would stop.
There's something yellow in there.
The cookie's so dry.
It is.
No, don't do that. We're so close.
We're almost
We're
there.
so close.
Yeah, I don't know if we need the thins anymore.
Wait, no, but you haven't. There are some flavors you haven't tried yet. This one's tiramisu.
Yeah,
Oh!
I think we had tiramisu.
No,
we had
you had
toffee.
Java, you had toffee, and then this one is Irish cream.
Tiramisu, I want to get it out of the way. That's fine.
That's an Oreo.
Yeah, it was fine.
This one's vanilla bean. You know what? I've always liked. They're thins. What a nice surprise.
They are thins, and I can also tell you it's not real vanilla bean because real vanilla bean is brown.
You don't have to be mean to them.
No, I'm just saying. It's fine.
Somehow their thin cookies are also more crumbly.
Yeah, well.
I suspect it's the ingredients. All right, you get to pick. We've got Irish cream thins and matcha.
I think this one's going to be better than that, so let's do that next.
All right. Have you had matcha?
Mhm.
You a big matcha guy?
Yeah, I like matcha.
I like matcha.
Fuck. Nope, I was thinking mochi. I haven't had matcha.
What a fucking twist.
I was just thinking about it. I was like, no, it definitely wasn't matcha, was it?
Whoa!
That's a fucking dirt cake. That's just dirt.
That's why I was asking if you've had matcha.
That's straight fucking soil.
I do not enjoy that.
No.
And I like matcha.
I didn't like that either. I was eating some socks.
It also feels like there's tea tree oil in it. It's making my tongue
A little tingly?
Tingly.
A little
No,
tingly?
it's just your body shutting down from
I
too much
think
sugar.
that is the diabetes kicking in, yes.
Alright. Irish cream.
That time almost punched me in the face. Oh, the pungent smell, man. It's going to make me sick.
Do these have alcohol in them if they're Irish cream? What makes Irish cream? What makes cream Irish?
Irish people.
Basically, if it tastes this fucking terrible, would be my guess.
You take cream and you make it taste like ass. Then it's Irish cream.
You have got to try that. That is.
Why do I have to try this?
That might be one of our worst ones yet.
Why'd they do that?
Oh, I can smell it.
Why did they do that?
Okay. It tastes like, they were like, what if we made it taste like it was alcoholic?
Yeah,
but it's
Irish
not.
cream is alcoholic,
Yeah.
and they just were like, here's one for the alcoholics. Oh, wow. That was
I'll give this to them. It tastes like Irish cream. However...
They know flavor, but why? does
Yeah,
it taste like
why?
Irish cream? I think they've expanded too far. I've changed my opinion on it.
They've
Is that all of them?
too deep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I
You
knocked some off the table.
did say something, though, at the beginning that I think we need to explore since you said it.
Yes, I'd love to.
We have to find what makes too much cream.
Was that only 30 minutes ago?
I think too much cream at this stage is any cream.
Yeah.
Is probably too much.
30 minutes ago, Matt is a very different Matt.
That was a different guy. He left.
All right, let's find our top three.
He's not here anymore. I don't know how we handle this, but I think what we can say is the best Oreo is an Oreo with the amount of cream you like. But it's the OG Oreo, because I would pick double over mega. You both would pick mega over double. Unless you just want to say, fuck Matt, Danny agreed with me, mega stuff's the best Oreo there is.
I think definitively what we I think definitively what we can say is that out of all of their flavors, their best one was their original. And it's
Yeah.
just a matter of how much cream you want.
Exactly. So I'm thinking Oreo takes the crown.
Yeah.
Into
probably for me golden.
Yeah. I agree. So they branched out and they were like, what if we did it different? And they did it great.
Yep.
And then all of this shit happened.
Well, except for the mint and lemon, those were good.
Yes, I don't know how to decide this without putting them in my mouth.
Yeah, you can do that. And I'll just
Do we want Aaron to tie break it?
I would like Aaron and Chase to come tie break this, please.
That's a good idea.
The lemon one, like I've had it before, and it turns me into like a Flight Reacts gift. I'm like, every time I see it, I get so excited.
Oh,
I love-
excited!
Yeah, I love it.
I thought you meant like maybe you're allergic to lemon. Turns me into a big red ball of hives.
Oh, okay. No, I've had these. That's pretty good.
They're good, right?
Get out the way, lemon. Let the mint. Let the mint.
It's good.
Let the mint shine a little bit.
That's why you guys are here. We can't
That's
decide.
tough. It was a tough battle.
All right, what's the consensus?
You're
Mints?
going mint.
I'm going mint.
I was gonna go lemon.
You're going lemon.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. All right. Okay, here we go. I think for mine, I'm pretty strong in the lemon camp.
All right.
Okay. I can live with that.
I'm very happy with lemon making it in there.
Yeah.
My honorable mention would be Reese's
butter.
peanut butter, because it's got such a special place in my heart.
Yeah, usually when we do stuff with Oreos, Charlie, you've said this a couple times, he'll spend a week eating them. I think almost like how we killed Lego for Jackson, I think we may have killed Oreos for Charlie.
I'm done.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop.
The next one is gonna be next to your list is like one of every fucking flight manual. No food.
One of every Pepto-Bismol.
Here you have it.
The Tums flavored tier list.
Actually goes ballistic.
I love Tums. Anytime I drink, I take Tums to fix my tummy ache, but really I'm eating them because they're delicious.
We did it. Hey, good work
there.
Good work.
Let's go to the bathroom.
Yes.
All right, Danny, do the big crane pull out that they do on news
All
shows.
right. You want to do like a jingle for me?
Is that just Thursday Night Football?
I don't know any other ones.
But now we have to cut that sound.
You might be surprised to learn that there's big drama bubbling over in regards to the Super Mario Galaxy movie and the reception to it. So, in a nutshell, there's actually a few different things going on. A lot of bloody battles being fought with mangled corpses left in the wake. The Thunderdome that's claimed the most souls here is about the critic score versus the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. People are having a fiery conversation, a lot of shit and spit flying about the discrepancy between the two, arguing that it illustrates that critics are just this worthless fungus that are out of touch and don't represent like real taste, and the audience score is the only reliable metric on Rotten Tomatoes. And I actually half agree. I'm not exactly the biggest fist-pumping enthusiast for critic scores. I'll often check like what critics are saying about a new game or a new movie or show that's come out just to kind of get a gauge of what to expect when going into it, but I never take their word as gospel, and whatever the score they give it isn't something that computes in my head and changes the way I view it, but it is something I at least look at, though I don't put a ton of stock into it. And this is coming from someone who always gives an opinion on like new games, movies, and shows. I do that very often, but I would never consider myself a critic. I'm just a fucking guy who goes and watches a bunch of shit and plays a bunch of shit, and I'll just tell you what I thought of it. That's kind of the end of that. Not a whole lot else to digest there. So you can agree or disagree with it till the cows come home. I'm never really trying to give some kind of like objective metric on if something was actually like amazing or dog shit. Just in my eyes, if it was great or poo-poo. But I fully, whole hog, full chub disagree with the other half of the argument that the audience scores is the one that's actually indicative of the quality of something. I have screamed this from the mountaintops for years that Rotten Tomatoes, Jesus Christ, I sound like an actual Neanderthal. Rotten Tomatoes audience score is almost as useless as Pam Bondi. It's not like that's somehow more reliable in any way, shape, or form. Now, critic reviews, especially in recent times, are extremely all over the place and, oftentimes very out of touch. I agree with that. But audience scores, it's not like they're free from that sin either. Basically, every movie ever that comes out has a pretty high audience score on Rotten Tomato, no matter how terrible it is. Something could hit the theaters tomorrow, The Haunting of Titty Nippleless, and it'll be the worst thing your eyes have ever seen. Like, actually an affront to God. And then you'll check the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's like 75%. And genuinely, do this right now. Any movie that you've seen that you didn't like, check the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. It's probably pretty high. Like, recently, Scream 7 came out. That movie's pretty trash. 75% on Rotten Tomatoes. Do this for anything. Look at one of the worst Disney movies to come out in recent memory, Snow White from last year. 69% on Rotten Tomatoes for the audience score. Look at the worst Marvel movies of the last half decade. 75%, 77%, 79%, 76%. It is a given that anything that comes out is going to have a pretty respectable Rotten Tomatoes audience score. It's almost a guarantee, like the sun rising every day. It's very, very rare to see like an actual catastrophic audience score for a film. Like even The Strangers Chapter 3 from last year, genuinely the conclusion to the worst horror trilogy ever made. And just as a reminder, in case you don't know, because a lot of you probably don't, they rebooted The Strangers. I'm not talking about The Strangers with Liv Tyler from way back in the day, which is a classic. They rebooted it with Chapter 1, 2, and 3. Genuinely the worst horror trilogy ever made. And the conclusion is perhaps one of the worst pieces of horror that has ever fucking contaminated the cinema. Even that has a 49% Rotten Tomatoes audience score. So I'm not a big believer that the audience score is somehow the correct metric. Because no matter what, it's always going to be significantly higher than it should ever have any right to be for things that are actually bad. So Super Mario Galaxy movie having a 90% doesn't mean that it's a masterpiece that just critics don't understand. It just means fans are very excited about it. And thus they go and just storm 10 out of 10 reviews, which jacks the score way up, and everything's always positive. Like, the audience score isn't much better than critics, is the point I'm making. Now, with that out of the way, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I gave you my thoughts on it a couple days ago. Overall, I think it is worse than the first Mario Brothers movie, which I actually really enjoyed. I think it is a huge step backwards. It is basically Jingling Keys, the movie. A lot of people are calling it that, and that's exactly what it is. It's a movie that has pretty much no substance at all. There's not even really a plot. There's a few plot elements that constantly are jumbled around. It is a mess. in everything except for its visuals. Its animation is stunning. It's very colorful, and it's very fun animation to watch, especially with the fights, and the music is absolutely slapping. They got boner jams out the wazoo there, with very recognizable tracks remixed, and they sound great. But as a film, it is not very good. Basically, the film's formula is, here's something, and now that something is solved in the next 3 minutes. So that way they can get to the next something and just keep ham-fisting cameos till the cows come home the entire journey of this film. It is basically a movie that is all designed to just have you point at the screen going, oh, I recognize that, I get that reference. It's basically like the Star Wars formula where fans, glup shitto out anytime they recognize something. That is the Super Mario Galaxy film. It is entirely built around just, here's like a small problem that is so small that we solve it in 2 minutes. So that way we can get to the next small thing and show you some more cameos, and then we can solve that real quick to get to the next thing. The story flows like it's actually a child playing with action figures and making up a story as they go along. And then Mario beats them, and then Bowser gets teleported out of the bee mines right after he hits the first rock, so he's reunited with his son, and then he forgets all about Mario and Luigi and their friendship, so that way they can blow up things in the universe with Planet Bowser, and then everything it gets solved real quick. It's just a mess. It is genuinely a mess. But like I said, it is Jingling Keys, the movie, so kids are absolutely going to love it. And that is mainly what it's catering to, more so than the first film. I thought the first film was enjoyable for anyone of all ages. It was just a good time. This is solely for children, I would say, or fans of the property that just want to point at the screen going, I remember that, or watching some fights that are cool. The fights are cool. It's just there's no real substance around them. Now, if you like it, all power to you. All I'm saying is, it's just not really a very good movie, I don't think. So there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. But now people are vilifying anyone that doesn't like it, saying like, oh, they're expecting it to be Shawshank Redemption, this kid's movie. It's disgusting. It's ridiculous how anyone would dare critique a children's film. It's just amazing how far we've devolved, where now kids' films and kids' shows and anything geared towards kids is just expected to be trash. Like, it's just accepted that it's just going to be slop, sludge, garbage, just radioactive ooze. And if you try and, like, point out, some flaws in it, you're the bad guy. It's weird to say that something like this has problems. It makes no sense to me, because it's not like we were always this way. Look at the Emoji Movie. The Emoji Movie came out like a decade ago, and everyone hated that. Everyone was critiquing it, rightfully so. It was a dog shit film, but it was solely for children. If the Emoji Movie came out today, I bet people would keep this same energy of, well, why are you critiquing the Emoji Movie? It's for kids. This is dumb. It does exactly what it needs to do. My kids love it, which means it's the perfect film. You're dumb for pointing out flaws. It's just very interesting to see how we've reached this point in a pretty short period of time. Just because something is catered towards a young audience doesn't mean it has to be bad. Take, for example, Transformers 1, to go from recent memory. That is an animated feature film that is geared towards children, but it's also just a genuinely good movie. And there's plenty of other examples to pull from, like Toy Story. I just find it so fucking lame that we're in this era where the prevailing perspective is, yeah, it's a kid's movie, so of course it's gotta be slop. Get over it. Like, that's like the main perspective now. Very fucking dumb. But by far the dumbest part of this genre, and what I've been saving for last, the best part of it, is now Super Mario Galaxy has been fully politicized. Like, now it's become a huge political battle about conservatives versus liberals, because, I mean, in the age of Twitter, it's gotta be. So I shit you not, there's been a huge debate about it, because people are saying, oh, all these critics are giving Mario Galaxy bad reviews because they're all woke fucking liberals that just can't tolerate a good old-fashioned conservative film with conservative values. Which blew me away. Which, like, I found it to be a crazy take, but this tweet right here is one that I've seen reposted on a ton of pages. The protagonist is male. There are no black people. There are no homosexuals. The main romance is heterosexual. If your movie meets these standards, it will be vilified by the media. Different iterations of that have been spewed out and regurgitated by the thousands of drones that do rage bait on Twitter, the blue check marks. But this is something that people are having a real conversation about, which is crazy because the last Mario Brothers movie was applauded far more by most people, myself included. It was just a better film. But it was the same thing. Protagonist was male. There were no black characters. There were no homosexual characters. And the romance was still heterosexual. It's like they forgot that this is the sequel to a movie, and that the main complaint about this one is that it's worse than the last one. This film relies solely on, remember this, remember this, remember this, who gets this reference, who gets this reference, oh, come on, jingling keys, don't fall asleep, come on. It's just not very good. Like, I just don't feel it's as good as the last movie, and a lot of people share that sentiment. It has nothing to do with any of what this garbage they're spewing out is. That's the biggest fucking nothing burger ever. Because it is following the exact same formula from the last movie, it just does it worse. And really, if you want to dive into the nitty-gritty, Super Mario Galaxy is significantly more woke than the last Mario movie. By their standards of wokeness, this one turned the dial up past 10. This shit went turbo mode in wokeness. I feel like they haven't even seen the film and they're talking about it like this. Jiminy Christmas, one of the core elements of the plot here, one of the few plot elements they don't just forget about and wipe their ass with and abandon immediately, is the fact that Peach is a badass who doesn't need saving. She is now just fully capable of just clapping cheeks and saving her sister herself, and that sister connection is the strongest force in the universe. Big spoiler alert, the entire day is saved, the whole universe is saved by Peach and Rosalina touching hands, and the force of their sisterhood and their powers together combined instantly saved the day. By all of the definitions that they have ever talked about in regards to other films, this would be something that they would call a girl boss character and a woke film, but for some reason, now they're arguing the opposite. It's so peculiar. Because if you actually watch this movie and you are trying to follow their logic, then this film being more woke by their standards than the last one should mean that it has a higher critic score, like is more positively received by critics than the last one. But it's not. But the point is, this is just a complete nothing statement about it being, it's conservative versus liberal. That's what it all boils down to. It doesn't. It's just not really a great movie, and it's a huge step back from the last Mario Brothers movie. That's really it. It doesn't go deeper than that. Again, most of the formula is still exactly the same from the last one. They just do it worse and messier and rely significantly more on just cameos and remember this, remember that, who gets this reference, that kind of thing, which isn't overly great. And it's something that gets criticized often in other things like Star Wars. So all of a sudden now it's weird to say that that's like a negative about a film. It's just... the whole discourse around the Super Mario Galaxy movie is fucking wacky. I had to yap about it. I couldn't resist yapping about it. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. You can always tell who is a Comcast or Spectrum customer just from the look in their eyes. This unmistakable sadness that's buried deep into the windows of the soul. This anguish at having to use such an irredeemably dog shit service like Comcast or Spectrum. Unfortunately, I too bore that hopelessness back when I was in my apartment and having to use Spectrum, cursed to use Spectrum as my internet service provider. It is trash, at least in my neck of the woods. I can only speak for Tampa. It was horrible, almost unusable at most times. And I just saw a video on stream the other day about a woman who was calling to cancel her Spectrum services, and the rep started fighting tooth and nail to prevent her from doing that, and things got really heated for some reason. You see the girl who called to cancel her Spectrum Wi-Fi, and the rep on the phone went crazy. No? Why would the rep be going nuts?
I want my services canceled.
Why?
No, it's okay. Thank you. I would just like to cancel my services with you guys.
That doesn't make any sense. Anissa, why would you tell me that a technician came out and you're not letting us help you solve the issue? What are you complaining about? I don't understand.
Why is the rep like personally offended? We just want to fucking fix it. What do you mean you're canceling, you stupid? We're Spectrum. We give you like 5 megabytes. Like, are you dumb? You want to You want to not use Spectrum?
You know what? I don't understand why you're yelling or being rude about this.
Because we're trying to help you. I'm lowering your rate. I'm cutting it in half.
It's okay. I don't.
Who gives a fuck? It's a bad service. I had Spectrum when I was living in my apartment. Bro, that shit could hardly download a single Steam game. Like a Steam Unity stinker it would struggle with. It's just, at least in Tampa, Spectrum sucks. I totally get why she'd cancel Spectrum. Even if you're giving that shit away for free, it's worthless. You can't use it for anything. But I will tell you something. She takes very strong pride in her company that she works for, in the customer service department.
Want the help anymore? I just want my services canceled.
Why?
I don't think I need to explain why.
I'm trying to help people all day long. If somebody tried to call me and offer me to cut my bill in half, send out a service person for some, you're saying you're having service issues, but we don't have any record of you calling in. We can send a tech out for free. I would jump all over that. People just don't appreciate anything anymore. I mean, I don't understand what's going on.
Spoken like someone who doesn't use Spectrum. That lady on the other end of that line clearly is not a Spectrum customer herself. She may work for the company, but I know she's got like Frontier or something else on the back end. Because I think this is the most understandable thing going on here. It's trash. It's fucking trash. Our technicians can come out on Monday and Friday between 5:30 a.m. and 11 p.m. So Tampa stuff. I mean, yeah, like I said, I can only speak for the service in Tampa, but in Tampa, Spectrum is horrible.
Make it make sense, please.
That's okay. Please just cancel my service.
Okay. I'm running this by my supervisor. You don't need my name. Okay. I've been bending over backwards to help you. Okay. Do you want to disconnect or not? This is not a game. This is not funny. I've been on the phone all day long listening to people like you. I am tired.
Well, sorry that's your job. May I please speak with your supervisor?
Your job, and you know what? My job is to help people. And I've been over backwards, and you were lying to me. You were rude to me.
What is happening? I mean, I guess it's entirely possible in between these cuts. Maybe she was like goading the rep in some way, but I don't really see how. Because I feel like you can just stop it instantly by being like, all right, I canceled the service, and then hang up. Is it like a huge song and dance, like a ceremonious process to cut the cord with Spectrum? Because I didn't have that issue, and I canceled with Spectrum after leaving the apartment. It wasn't that big of a deal. Does she get paid more if she stops people from canceling? I don't know. I mean, if she just hangs up, the woman won't cancel it on her own. They need confirmation. No, I'm talking about the rep. I'm speaking for, like, the rep's reluctance to just, like, end it. Because all she has to do is be like, all right, I canceled it. You're done. Bye-bye. Like I'm saying, I guess it's possible that she was being rude to the rep at some point. But, again, even if that was the case, she could have just canceled it and been done right then and there. I don't really get it. This is all just completely unnecessary and inexplicable.
Because you're going to have to wait for a long time for my supervisor.
That's fine.
What's fine?
Me waiting for your supervisor.
Are you kidding me? What is your deal? What are you complaining about when you want to disconnect? You don't want to stay with Spectrum. So why do you want to complain? Why do you think you have the right to do that?
I do have the right to do that.
Oh my god.
You don't like our company. So why do you think you have a right to complain and just disconnect you can just move on and go on, and move on since we're so horrible as a company that you want to disconnect?
Is she like the owner of Spectrum or something? Do they have like the fucking CEO working the customer service line? Why does she care that much? I don't get it. That company loyalty is remarkable. This has to be fake. I would think so too if she didn't show the customer service number. So like I feel like it's probably not fake. I don't know. I guess I guess it still could be. This is what it feels like to cancel a gym membership. Yeah, I know it's become like a big like meme, but I've never had an issue with that at the 2 gyms that I've canceled memberships at. But maybe it is like that. You want to cancel the membership? You got to come in here and fight our biggest guy. Good luck.
Yes, I'd like to disconnect. And I'd also like to speak with your supervisor.
Okay. Anissa, what do you think you're going to get out of this?
I don't need to get anything out of it. I just need to speak with your
Then you don't
supervisor.
need to speak to anybody then. Can you just put oh my God! Say that and I'm going to disconnect you and I'll never talk to you again. Let's just do that, okay? Please let me go. I get off in 5 minutes.
No, I'd like to speak with your supervisor.
You're not going to. Like I said, you've got 14 days from today, and I wish you well. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, to get transferred to your supervisor, please.
Jesus.
She hung up!
Oh, the service got canceled. That was just that was spiteful at the end there. But yeah, that song and dance did not need to go on too long. I don't understand why the customer service rep cared so much. I saw 2 videos today that really had me salivating to yap. The first one is an unruly customer whose entitlement is infuriating, and she squared off against an employee at Sonic who was just having none of that nonsense.
Give me the receipt.
I don't have a receipt.
Then you can't get it. I need the receipt.
Okay. I shop in here. I should come here every day. So you're telling me some bullshit, Andrew.
Now, we don't have the previously on Dragon Ball Z explanation for what's led up to this. She starts filming in the middle of the confrontation. He's double fisting cups here. He's got 4 cups stacked on top of each other like they're fucking Lego bricks here. I'm assuming he confiscated them from this woman, who then goes back to this bench showcasing she's still got oodles more. She's got a whole collection here. And a couple of them seem to be kind of contaminated with what looks to be dirt and flies, so I think they're really old cups. I believe what's happened here, and this is just a hunch here, a little game theory, I believe she goes to Sonic with old cups in order to get free refills on drinks, because the employees would think that, oh, she's got a cup, thus she must have made this purchase, and she treats herself to these free beverages by using these ancient relics that she's probably had for years. She mentions point blank that she goes there every day, and I'm assuming she's always traveling with the One Piece here, all of these cups, and today she encountered the Zen Master, Andrew, who hit him with the Matumbo, no, 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 no. He put the kibosh on it. And you can hear him say in the beginning, show me your receipt. If you don't show me the receipt, you can't get, and then he starts, and I think he was saying refill, I believe. So I'm pretty confident that's what's happening here. Andrew is not playing ball with this garbage here. He's not letting her just go in and just fill up these old fucking cups there at the beverages for free. And now she's making a huge stink about it. And she is recording this herself with no shame at all, believing that she's in the right, which is always just baffling to me that delusion like this exists.
I'm gonna call corporate and I'm gonna send this video.
You think I give a fuck?
Okay.
Like,
Andrew.
genuinely, like, you think I give a fuck? Like,
Okay.
honestly, like,
First of all,
record
he
this,
brings me the wrong cups of cup.
record this.
I'm recording it.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Now you're getting out of line.
I love that the other dude chimes in. Wait a minute, wait now, you've gone too far, you've crossed the line. How dare you say, shut the fuck up to this angel over here who's hooting and hollering about no longer getting free drinks from these old cups she keeps fucking bringing in here. Andrew is 100% in the right. Even if I'm not 100% correct on like the actual situation here, I think her attitude is just so fucking awful. I hate that level of entitlement. I'm gonna call corporate. Ooh, oh no, she's alting. Like, come on, get the fuck out of here. I love how Andrew handled it. Just uncaring. I don't care. Shut up. Leave. Like, that's the way you have to sometimes handle people like this. It's really the only way. She threatens his job. Andrew hits her with one of these. And he is just not taking any of this horseradish. And he shouldn't. I cannot stand people that berate and harass and exploit employees working in the customer service field. I know I talk about this all the time, but it is just so low. It is just so shameful to act like this woman here. I hate this shit. And pranksters, I know I make fun of them till the cows come home when they do things like this to insult and treat these employees like props. And it's just refreshing to see Andrew's attitude during this interaction, just shutting this shit down right away, not playing ball with it at all. And I can only hope that he doesn't lose his job for it. This video blew up, so I'm hoping he doesn't like get fired or something. Because there is a reason why employees don't often, put customers in their place like this, because there is a fear of them losing their job. So in most cases, employees grit their teeth and just bear it. Just take the verbal abuse from these unruly assholes, these fucking degenerate customers. Anyway, I just wanted to commend Andrew here for this. This was a banger response to her, Karen freak out moment here over what I think is refills with all of the cups that she brings. Now, the next video I want to talk about is kind of similar in spirit. It is another unruly customer who is berating an employee, but this one goes on for an extremely long time.
You don't give a fuck. Wait till you get fired. You stupid as shit, bro. I'm stupid. I bet you just got this job. You just got this job. You just got this job.
She could have came in.
She don't gotta pump shit, you dumb bitch. Shut up. You could refund our money, you dumb fuck, because you don't know your job, you fat bitch. Wait till the cops come, bro. You are stupid. Talking about hostile. Of course I'm gonna be hostile. I've been here since 10:30 waiting for your dumb ass. You ain't gonna do shit. You just gonna keep running your mouth and clapping and talking to your invisible friend. You wanna keep talking to your invisible friend. You don't know how to refund? Wait till this go to your corporate. You calling police on customers that paid you. I just bought 9 scratch-offs from your dumb ass. But you gonna call police on the customer that paid you, right? You got $20 in my pump, but I don't have my money, right?
There's a lot to unpack here. So he starts this video insulting the cashier here at the gas station, calling her a bunch of names. She is also starting to get pretty wound up about the whole thing, naturally, because this guy is just harassing her now. It apparently stems from her not knowing how to process the refund that he's requesting. She might be, new here. And somehow this asshole thinks that by insulting her relentlessly and filming her, that's going to somehow speed up this process of getting the refund that he's requesting. She's going to all of a sudden just, Eureka! Oh, now that you called me a bitch for the 400th time, now I know how to do this refund. Thanks, sir! Obviously, it's going to do nothing to actually solve the issue at hand here. It's just unreasonable. This guy is just an insufferable douchebag. And I also think, and again, this is just a hunch, I actually think that this is part of a quick change scam. He mentioned that he bought 9 scratch-offs and then also has $20 in the pump, and now he is just hurling a bunch of insults at her, trying to make her panic and make her uneasy. To me, that has all the telltale signs of a quick change scam. For those that don't know, that is something where someone will make a bunch of small purchases very quickly to try and overload a cashier into giving them more money back than they needed, because they lose track of what they're actually supposed to give back on the refund. So by him constantly insulting her and throwing out a bunch of things about the purchases and how much money's over there versus these 9 scratch-offs, I need my refund now, that kind of thing, to me it feels like he is trying to overload her and get this refund, which will actually be more money than he spent on these smaller amounts. But again, that's just a hunch. I have no proof of that. That just feels like it checks all the boxes to that scam.
So whose fault is it? Yours. Clearly yours. I paid you for scratch-offs. You don't know how to refund the money. You don't know how to pump the gas tank. So who's untrained? I need to talk to your store manager. I need to talk to your corporate. I need to talk to everybody about you.
You need to talk to your mother and ask her if she was drinking during her pregnancy, because you're fucking dumb, man. So he mentions here about the lottery tickets that he purchased and then mentions the refund. So it sounds like he's trying to demand a refund from her for the lottery tickets and the pump. He's in Florida. He mentions UCF and he mentions Apopka, Florida. Lottery ticket sales here are non-refundable. Those sales are final. You can't get refunded once you buy those tickets, you fucking goober, you idiot. So again, I feel like this is part of his scam where he's trying to confuse this cashier who might be new here and doesn't know how the refunds work, so that way he can get more money back than what he spent on these purchases of 9 scratch-offs, apparently, and like the gas that he put, or the money that he put into the pump for gas, that kind of thing.
You're gonna be on YouTube, 7-Eleven Employee of the Year. What is your name? Let's get that. Let's get that. Oh, take it off, Evelyn. I see that E for the camera, calling customers bitches too. Calling customers bitches too, right? You lucky somebody don't do something to your big ass, bro.
Clearly I didn't say
Fuck, bro. I've been here since 10:30. You don't know how to refund some fucking gas. It's 11 o'clock now.
Like I said, this goes on for a really long time. He's just constantly insulting her. Eventually, she also insults them as well, which he has a field day with. He really thinks he's got her in a checkmate position now.
You took 10 people before me before fixing a problem. Of course I'm gonna be mad as shit. I don't got time to just stand here all day because you don't know your fucking job, trying to blame it on me.
Are you supposed to give her your card though that you paid with?
Bruh, she does not know shit and her employee left her. That's what's so fucked up. The guy left her and said, oh, she's gonna refund your money, sir. Don't worry. But she don't know how to do this shit, bruh.
Get more tiddlywinks of lore here. It sounds like there was another employee here that this guy must have been annoying, and he eventually just said, fuck this, she'll take care of you, man, I'm out of here. So now he's set his targets on her, and she can't just walk out and leave. So now he's going all in, insulting and attacking her, and the girl he's with mentions his card. So it sounds like he paid with card for the gas. You can't pay with card for lottery tickets, so he definitely didn't use card for lottery tickets. You also can't get lottery tickets refunded, by the way. Not in Florida. So the only possible refund would be for the 20 clams that he mentions I guess got lost in limbo while pumping, or maybe there was a malfunction and it didn't pump. But since he paid with card, let's say that he didn't use the full amount of the 20 or something like that. Whatever went unused will go back to your card. Like, I'm very confused on what the issue is, if there even is one. If this isn't like an actual scam attempt, then I'm very confused on like what happened here. But regardless, the way that he's treating this employee does nothing to solve this problem at all, or help in any way, shape, or form. He's just an asshole.
So I'm supposed to just stand here and just keep watching people get rang up, right? That makes sense, right? Go ahead, sir. I've just been here since 10:30. Get your shit, have fun. You feel me? That does not make sense, though. And then she's sitting here calling the police on me because I'm mad about it. So the police is on the way, cuz.
What else is she supposed to do, man? Honestly, what is she supposed to do? You just stay here filming her, harassing her, insulting her. None of that is going to give her the tutorial on how to process your refund. So what are the other solutions? Like, what else is she supposed to do besides just call the police?
She can't give me my money. She got me waiting for the police because she don't know her fucking job.
Where did that money go?
Wow. You're not going to do shit. You're going to lose your job. You ain't going to jail. If you do go to jail, it's going to be when the cops come here and fire your ass because you won't leave. The fuck, bro? I'm trying to drive to UCF, not be in this fucking Opapka. Fuck, bro.
If I pay with cash?
Pay with card. You take my car back and refund it, or you put the, like, bro, I worked in gas stations. This shit ain't that hard.
One of the other customers is also pretty confused. You're saying, so you paid with cash? And he's like, no, I paid with card. So you're supposed to take my card back and refund it, or you, and you know, it's not that hard. Why didn't you finish that sentence? Or you what? You do what with it? You see, this is why I'm saying, like, I don't think that there's genuinely something that went awry. I do believe this is just part of the scheme where you confuse and overload the cashier, demanding this refund and a bunch of other things in order to make them give you a refund in an amount that is greater than what you should have received. I don't think that this is like a genuine problem that happened here. And again, even if it is, what he's done here isn't acceptable behavior. This shit is still foul. And it does nothing to actually solve a problem. All he does is just insult this woman for almost 4 straight minutes. And probably even longer, considering we're only tuning in towards the end of it. There's apparently a whole nother employee here who felt this guy's Karen-esque wrath. So it's just a douchebag, just genuinely an asshole.
So both of them, call corporate, call them. I already called them. She's gonna get fired. I got this video quick. She took her name tag off because she knows she's in the wrong. I hope you have fun at 7-Eleven because it's short-lived.
Oh, damn, what a mic drop moment there. What a cool guy. So yeah, he sucks. I wanted to make fun of him and also commend Andrew in that first clip for how he handled that other entitled asshole customer. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.